Do, 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 do. I actually. Goddamn right, we're all goof people. Fuck yeah! Welcome to my new episode. This is 37. 37. My God, are all your headphones blown out now? This is Midnight Metal episode 37. My name is Robert Meyer Burnett. I am your Viceroy of Verisimilitude, your master of fun and wonder, your Viceroy of whatever. You know what it is. Anyway, it's Midnight Metal 37. We're going to have a great show tonight. You know what I have with me? I've got you love her, I love her, we all love her. I've got with me tonight. Are you feeling fucking metal tonight? What's up with you?
Robert, it's Midnight Metal. Of course I feel metal. This is what we've been waiting for all week. It's fantastic. Yes.
Fuck yeah. You know what else we have here? We've got somebody else who's metal from a different time zone than each one of us. We've got Tom from Midnight's Edge. Midnight's Edge After Dark. There's a reason why he's from Midnight's Edge After Dark, because it's after fucking dark, and we've got Tom with us. Tom, how are you?
Some Midnight's Edge metal going on.
Midnight's Edge metal, yeah.
So glad to be here, and especially considering what we're talking about is pretty fucking metal.
Dude, okay, so I've imposed a subject on our esteemed cohorts, guests, whatever you want to call them. I want to talk about one of... First of all, let me back right up. For those of you who collect physical media, that know about physical media, there was a huge announcement. I knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. A huge announcement this week. A Clockwork Orange, Stanley Kubrick's 1971 masterpiece, A Clockwork Orange, is coming out on 4K. Now, to be fair, I'm still waiting for Barry Lyndon. That's okay. It'll come. You know, I got Dr. Strangelove. I got 2001. I got The Shining.
Didn't Criterion do Barry Lyndon for Blu-ray anyway, at least?
They did do, and it's fucking gorgeous, so. But it's not in 4K.
Live with that for now. I know, but yeah.
Let me just tell you. Wait, all hail Zephyr Chan, Dame of Midnight Metal Chan. Maybe she'll come on later. No one knows. I like that. She's the Dame of Midnight Metal. Okay, I'll go with that. Why not? Everybody, look, the only way you get a nickname on the Burnettwork is if someone else bestows it upon you. Nobody gets a nickname. You can't just make up your own nicknames. I didn't call myself the Viceroy of Verisimilitude. I didn't make up the existential Mr. Rogers. If I'd made that up, I'd be a fucking idiot. Somebody else to bequeath. Somebody else. Like, we are all goof people. I didn't make that shit up. Someone else made that up. You know who made that up? Tom Jr. Tom Jr. fucking Jackson. That's who made that shit up. You know, and because I couldn't have made that up. We are all goof people. And he inadvertently made that up. So you never know. Even a typo can suddenly immortalize you in apparel. You just never know. You just never know. So anyway, Clockwork Orange, one of my favorite films of all time, is coming out in 4K. I think I ordered 4 different versions of it. There's the Steelbook. There's the Zavi or Amazon exclusive. There's so much stuff. 4K discs coming out the ass. It's amazing. I feel like it's incredible. Tom pointed out he saw this. This is my original paperback. I wasn't even born with this when this was published. This is the first edition American paperback of A Clockwork Orange from 1965. 1965. Mm-hmm. And on the back it says, "Brilliant. A savage satire on the distortions of the single and collective minds." That was from the New York Times. William Burroughs himself, the man who wrote many things. Naked Lunch. One of the few books I've been able to read in years. I do not know of any other writer who has done as much with language as Mr. Burgess has done here. The fact that this is also a very funny book may pass unnoticed. A terrifying and marvelous read, says Roald Dahl, who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator. Time magazine said Anthony Burgess has written what looks like a nasty little shocker, but it is really that rare thing in English letters, a philosophical novel. Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, for me, I'm going to ask you both. For me, I was one of the first kids on my block to have a VCR back in, 1980. 1980. And one of the movies I'd wanted to see the most was because it in the wake of Star Wars, there were many science fiction encyclopedias and books that came out. And my very favorite was a book called Sci-Fi Now by Alan Frank. And it was a pictorial history from the beginning of cinema, and it covered every science fiction, fantasy, and horror film that had been made up to that point. And many books classified A Clockwork Orange as a science fiction film, and I'd never seen it. There was no way to see it. It wasn't like they showed it on TV a lot, not back then in the pre-cable era. And I was able to rent it on pre-recorded video cassette. I want to say like in 80, well, maybe it was 80, 81. When it first came out, I got the first week it was out. And it was the very first movie in my life that I watched. I hadn't read the book yet. I watched the movie, and as soon as it was over, I rewound it and watched it again. I was blown away, and a lot of people will tell you that they saw it at 13 or 14 and 15 years old, and it left because of its forbidden fruit and because it's very transgressive, and you can't, when you see it, it's sort of indelible. You can't forget it. And I puzzled over it. I probably watched it 100 times on videotape, and I inflicted it upon anyone in my junior high who would come over, girls and boys, and I think my mom got a few phone calls. Your son showed A Clockwork Orange to my daughter. What the hell? What's going on at the Burnett household? Well, a lot of R-rated movies. That's what was going on at the Burnett.
Orange.
A little Clockwork Orange, a little hanky-panky too, but we'll talk about that later. So let me ask the two of you. First of all, have you both seen A Clockwork Orange? And tell me about, if you have, I guess start with you. Have you seen A Clockwork Orange? And tell us about when you first saw it and what were your impressions of the movie?
Yes, I have seen A Clockwork Orange, and like you, I was a wee child watching it, when I wasn't supposed to. And if I remember correctly, my brother had something to do with that. He was watching the film, and it was just wonderful film because it's a very serious subject at some points, but the fantasy and the theatrical parts in it I found fascinating, considering what was at stake during the film. So you almost had to work it out. Let's say if you hadn't read the book, what exactly was going on? Is this a joke or is it serious? And of course, it was serious, but it was also engaging, and it kept your attention, and it was meant to make a statement. And boy, it sure did make a lasting impression.
Absolutely. And Tom, and you?
No, I've never seen it. That's why I was curious why the hell you've been asking me. No, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, I've seen the movie quite a few times. It was one that I think I eventually saw for the first time on late night cable, because I think it was Cinemax or something like that, because
of course it was.
It was one of those hard movies to find in video stores because it would constantly disappear. So by the time I got old enough to rent stuff like that on my own, I had a hard time coming across it. So I think the first time I ever saw it was late night on Cinemax, and I believe I taped it. And like you, I just kept revisiting. And then I remember, I think they re-released it. Warner did probably right around, when did he pass? Like 90?
I believe 97.
I was going to say, right around the time they put out the DVDs, they re-released it again. And a couple of, I remember buying it at some point on video. Now they're saying my volume's low, and of course hers too high. I'll try and turn mine up now a little bit, see if that helps.
Ooh, dude, you sound good. I just got very aroused.
It's 99. He passed to 99.
No, he 99.
Okay,
Yes, he
wow.
did.
Okay, so I
March
remember they must
7th.
have did some like re-release of all his films, probably around the time like Eyes Wide Shut came out or something like that, because that was like his first film since Full Metal Jacket. And I remember, see, that's the thing, is that was my first Kubrick movie I ever saw. Believe it or not, I saw that movie when I was like 7 fucking years old. I don't know how my parents let me watch it. Full Metal Jacket. It was pretty fucking intense.
Kubrick is my favorite. He's my favorite director, bar none. And
he's great.
You know, I
love the film. I read the book right after I saw it and all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing about the book is when you read it, it has a glossary in it. If you've seen the movie, the gang members speak a language called Nadsat, which is a mishmash. It's not like city speak in Blade Runner, but it's a mishmash of Russian and English, and which is really, really interesting. And I think for those of you who don't know, in a nutshell, if you haven't seen A Clockwork Orange, it takes place in a dystopian England, a near future England, where a lot of gangs have run rampant and politics and authoritarian governments are the rule of the day, and it's the story of this gang of 4 guys, led by Alex and his 3 droogs, Pete, Georgie, and Dim, and they spend their nights going to a what's called a milk bar, where they drink milk that's full of drugs. What is it? Synthemesk, Drencrum, and those are the name of the drugs. And they drink this milk because it gets them ready for a bit of the old ultra-violence. And they go out and they look for kicks. They fight other gangs. They break into people's houses. They rape women. They beat people up. They steal cars. They're not good dudes. They're bad dudes. And yet Alex is our humble narrator, and he's the ultimate anti-hero. He's a despicable, awful human being. And yet we follow him. He's our protagonist. And
he's likable, although he's despicable.
He's a likable. He's the perfect anti-hero.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening to him is, and this is why, even as a kid, this is the thing that as a science fiction film, this is the thing that made me love this movie the most, is that it's really an examination. So in the movie, there is a technique called the Ludovico technique, where they use drugs and films to shape your behavior, to purge you of your bad behavior, to get rid of your
brainwashing.
Yeah, their
conditioning. Yeah,
they brainwash you. But what they do is it's monstrous. They take the things you like. So if you like causing mayhem, or if you like, they'll find something that you love that triggers you and stops you from doing this bad behavior. But the idea is, and the idea of what is a Clockwork Orange, something that looks real on the outside but is mechanical on the inside. And that's kind of what the movie's really about. And the ultimate statement of the movie, to me, that I've always found fascinating, is it basically states, Kubrick comes out and says, look, it is better if a human being has free will, even if that human being chooses to do bad, than it is to condition behavior or destroy the human spirit. That's the price we have to pay. And it's a really provocative and interesting conversation to have. And I think the movie's lost none of its power. What are you guys, what are your impressions of the film?
Yeah, it certainly hasn't lost any of its power. And I think that, clearly if we're talking about whether it's relevant today, it is. We're seeing a lot of the themes play out in society today in one way or another. I think that what's interesting about it is that the ending of the movie versus, let's say, the ending of the book, I often wondered why that final chapter, or let's say the final ending where, the character redeems himself, is not included. I had to wonder to myself, I think he left it out because he wanted us to contemplate the possibilities of what could be the future or the ending for ourselves. Obviously, if you've read the book, you know that he comes back and kind of changes his ways. But the idea that you're left with that notion of the potential of things that could happen that are so terrifying. I mean, we're seeing stuff like this happen now, socially, politically, things that just don't seem they could ever happen, but are happening on a daily basis. If you told somebody in 1960 that we'd have school shootings and different things like that, I think they'd be appalled by the notion of that sort of idea, and they would consider that to be a dystopian future. So, I think it has a lot of relevance. It's entertaining to watch. It's not always easy to watch painful things on the screen, but it keeps your attention. And I think that that's something that after so many years of having a film of this quality, of this level, made with, to this level of expertise speaks volumes.
Oh, no, it's a beautifully composed movie. Let me ask you something, Tom. Do you think a movie like this could ever get made today?
Oh, hell no. No, not in a million years. But I'm kind of glad that brought up the ending, because I feel like I have always, at least I've thought about it quite a bit as to why he changed it, and I think I know why. And I think it goes with what Robert was saying, is with that ending, it kind of defeats the purpose of the point that Kubrick is trying to make with the film.
Yeah.
Because having Alex change his ways basically doesn't do anything to help the film's point, because he's only doing it because he's had the conditioning. Let's be real. And I think that's what mostly you're kind of taking away from it. And that's what Kubrick didn't want, right? He wanted you to sit there and go, no, this is wrong, regardless of what bad shit this guy has done. Because Robert, you're right. Like, we can't take that away. There's a million other things that you could do to this guy. Put him in prison, do all kinds of other things, try to rehabilitate him without, mind the cold, like. And that's kind of what it was, I think, was also, because wasn't at that time period, correct me if I'm wrong, where they were just starting to do a lot of the rehabilitation programs in prisons and stuff like that, just beginning. So I'm sure that was also kind of a comment on that, as well as, like, you can try to pretend that you can change a murderer, but can you really, no matter what you do? Like, I think that was another point. Like, there's so many different layers, like Kubrick always does, add so many different layers to everything he's doing, and that's where it only makes sense to him until you see the movie, right? And that's why I think he was such a difficult guy to work with, because he knew what he wanted. He had an idea in his head, and he needed everybody else to execute it, and nobody else was on the same level he was, right?
No.
And I think this is one of those rare occasions where I will say the movie is better than the book. There's a very few handful of films where I will say that, but that's because Kubrick got it, and he took it and he ran with it like nobody else. And this is one, if not my favorite film of his.
Well, me too. And I never thought of it as a lesser Kubrick. It's what I find very interesting about being a fan in this day and age is that now, as I'm older, this is something that I carried with me since I was 13 years old, and it shaped my life. This movie shaped my life. Kubrick shaped my life. I was contemplative of his works, when I was a kid. And what I found, it's interesting to me because I just assume everyone had the same experience, but you realize that, well, when you're in high school and junior high school, there's only a 3-year. Well, now we have middle. I went to a junior high school, a 3-year junior high school, and a 3-year high school. So I didn't go to a middle school and a 4-year high school. It changed over to a 4-year high school, so I was never a freshman. I just went right in as a sophomore. But you'd think that everybody, like, I just assumed as fans, everybody had the same touchstones, but they don't. And one of the things that I've had to come to grips with in my own life is that now that we live in these YouTube pundit fan spaces, everybody comes to things differently. So I've had to come to grips with, like, wait a minute, don't you have the same experience that I do? And I'm like, well, no. And I also don't pay much attention to the fact that I stream with people that sometimes are 30 years younger than I am. And I don't think about that, because we're all fans, we're all friends. And it's weird because I know some people are like, who's that old guy on YouTube that's like railing at Star Trek? Is that my future? I hope not. I mean, I know that there's some people like, you're fucking old, dude, get off. But for me, I'm like, no, we're all the same age. We're all fans. At least that's what I tell myself. But a lot of people now have never seen A Clockwork Orange, or they've only seen parodies of it in The Simpsons or South Park, wherever the hell. And a lot of classic genre films, science fiction, fantasy, and horror especially, have been parodied so much that people are more familiar with the parodies of things than they are from the actual things, whether it's Planet of the Apes or Star Trek. I mean, The Simpsons, you name it, The Simpsons has done some parody of our touchstone movies. And
you're so right. And I see this all the time through my kid's eyes.
Yeah.
Because when he discovers one of these films, he's like, oh, that's what that's from?
Yep. And it bums me out because these movies meant so much to me growing up. They really, they instilled an inquisitive nature in me. Like, I wanted to understand, like, what was Kubrick doing? Like, what is he saying? You know, and this film is it's puzzling in the sense that you end up liking a rapist murderer. And you like the guy, and you understand the guy because he also likes Beethoven. He likes the finer things in life. He goes to a record store and pulls two.
He's a lot like Hannibal.
Yeah, and he brings 2 girls home and has a threesome with them. You know, unapologetic, and he's so enthusiastic. Presumably he climaxes twice with each of them, and I'm like, my man, you know, you got to look at a guy like that and go, all right. And you like him even though you know he's a despicable human being. And that was one of the geniuses of Kubrick, is that he brings you along with this character that you should hate, but you don't. And you're actually sympathetic toward him at the end.
I think a lot of that has to do with casting Malcolm McDowell first and foremost. Because he is the type of guy who is just charismatic. When he's on screen, your eyes are glued to him because he is just one of those actors that sucks the air out of the room in a scene. Like, you're just onto him. And he also has that edge. You know, he can play both parts so well. He can flip between a good guy and a bad guy so easily that when he does play these parts, that's why he's so great at it. Like, that was first and foremost, was Kubrick saw him, and that's my Alex right there. He knew it, and that's the first thing he hit on it. But secondly, I think you're right, is the best. The other part is just that he had so much meaty stuff to work with this character. And I mean, outside of him killing people and, you know, the dolphin love, as I usually say to avoid the YouTube monsters, you know, he's doing a lot of this stuff that a lot of us wish we could just do, live free and do as we wish. And like you said, have threesomes in the middle of the afternoon, go get drunk with our buddies every night, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, that's the thing, is the appeal is he's an appealing person, just as his charisma is. But outside of the fact that he's this despicable human being underneath it all, that's the part we follow along with until he makes that mistake, and that sets everything off, basically.
And Kubrick, you know, made it well known that that he collaborated with McDowell and some of the other actors to add some of their own personal flair to these characters. So there was a lot of collaboration, and that made the unit, while you're watching it, seem to be a lot tighter, more cohesive, and more believable on screen. I think that the character does do a lot of things that people would want to do, but certainly perhaps not in that way. Go ahead and have a threesome, but you don't have to commit crimes to enjoy yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. He does. The thing about Alex is he does enjoy committing crimes. And at first, when you first see them go out, they beat up a homeless drunk.
Yeah.
You know, and then they get in a gang fight, and you're like, the gang fight becomes kind of fun the way Kubrick presents it, with classical music, and it looks like, oh, that's kind of fun. And then they commit a home invasion. And they brutally beat a writer, and they rape his wife. It doesn't get much more despicable than that. Yeah. And it's horrifying. I mean, it's and anybody who is empathetic is watching this, and you can't help but be. I mean, that's the idea that your home would be violated is one of the, I think for me, my biggest fear is the loss of civility. You know, where doors don't mean anything, your life doesn't mean anything, and a lot of the post-Vietnam horror films, things like Last House on the Left or Hills Have Eyes or Texas Chainsaw Massacre, these are movies about other human beings deciding other human beings are no longer, they're not human. They're worth dispatching at will. And to me, when a human being decides to violate another human being or dehumanize them, and maybe that comes from my Jewish upbringing, you know, I couldn't. The thing that I've never been able to fathom the Holocaust. I've never been able to fathom the dehumanization of one group of people by another. And I've just never been able to do that. And I think it's the most monstrous, horrible thing. And I'm seeing it happen in our country now. We are very quick to dehumanize, destroy, cancel other people. And we're now doing it under the guise of, oh, this person's thinking the wrong way. It used to be like, oh, that person's a different color than me, so fuck them. But now it's literally ideological, which is very broad. It's a lot broader. You know, you can't like visually segregating people based on color or ethnicity is one thing, but wrong think. I mean, it's and we now think that's okay. Like racism is bad, but if I don't like the way you think, that's okay now. It's okay to dehumanize people because that person's an asshole, so fuck them.
Right. And in the film, you know, that home invasion scene, I think in that era when the film was made, a home invasion seemed like something unfathomable.
Yes.
You know, I think that if you look at the idea of home invasions now, or even school shootings now, they don't seem so impossible. Yes, they are still shocking. And as many people, critics have pointed out that, you know, overall, a lot of the public has become somewhat desensitized from hearing it in the news over and over and over again. So I think that when you look at it also in the context when the film was made then versus now, there are some circumstances that have just become part of our everyday existence, unfortunately.
I'm glad Kubrick never lived. I don't know if he was alive when Columbine happened, but I think that even Stanley Kubrick could not have envisioned children arming up and going into their own schools and killing their fellow students.
It reminds me of the Mark Lester film 1984.
Yeah,
right? like, and again, I'm not comparing the films on any, you know.
No, but there's definitely
level,
look, A Class of '84 is a great exploitation movie.
But they both have this going for them in that you were just saying, and you clearly know where I'm going with this R&B, or you wouldn't have said what you said there. Like Lester kind of saw the future, and it's kind of sang by Alice Cooper that way, in that if things keep going this way, this is the way schools are going to be. Lo and behold, not even a decade later, you had fucking, you know, schools in inner cities and everything like that with metal detectors and cops and everything, just like 1984.
Yeah,
or Class of 1984. And you know, it's the same thing like you were just saying with the thing with Clockwork Orange. Yeah, when that book came out and the movie came out, that was the reason it was so intense and considered so taboo, is because kids didn't do that kind of shit, or they were, you know, they, at least not on an average basis, to where it was like, that's where this movie was seen so just insanely crazy. But then nowadays, like, you show Clockwork Orange to somebody and they'll be like, yeah, and that's pretty tame. You can see the same shit on Twitter, you know, like, and for the most part, I mean, it's fucking scary. It is. It's scary as shit. But yeah, anyway, you were saying your other point. Sorry.
No, it's a very good point, Tom. And just to add to that as well, is the idea that, you know, when I first watched that film, I didn't know everything I was seeing. I didn't recognize everything that was going on. I could tell you, I could verbally express what was happening, but it wasn't until I was older that I realized, oh, this is what crime is being committed. And I think, just like what you said, Tom, nowadays, I think children could probably point out by, you know, definition, you know, home invasion or, you know, assault. They could say those words and identify them by their proper definitions.
Yeah, well, Tom, like what you were saying about, like Alice Cooper sings the theme song to Class of '84, and there's that lyric, something to the effect of, "We are the future. How do you like what you see?" And you know, Clockwork Orange was a precursor to that, and now, I mean, I think that we have to ask ourselves, well, why? I mean, Clockwork Orange was like a lot of the thing about Stanley Kubrick is a lot of the times people characterize him as being misanthropic, like he hated people, and I think he's exactly the opposite of that. What he loved people. He started out as a documentary photographer in his teens. He was a chess prodigy, and he documented people's lives. He started out as a filmmaker, as a documentarian, and I think what he was saying through all of his movies was he loved human folly, and yet because he loved people, he loved human beings. But what he was saying through his movies was, hey, let's not be this way. He would show us this, whether it was Dr. Strangelove, where we blow up the world, whether it's The Shining, where in the book he's an alcoholic. Jack Torrance is an alcoholic. Barry Lyndon, who was a cad, but a fun-loving cad. We all understood what he was doing. Another anti-hero. I mean, Kubrick loved his anti-heroes. Like, he's like, don't be like this. Like, let me show you a story, and I hope you take from my story that you learn something, but let's not be this way.
No, I think you're right, Robert.
And yeah, I think he's the great, and it's why he knows it's wildly entertaining. I think back to Donald Sutherland in Animal House when he's talking about John Milton's Paradise Lost, and he says to his class, he's like, "Do you think Milton was trying to tell us that being bad was more fun than being good?" And then the bell rings. He's like, "Wait, I'm still waiting for reports from some of you. I'm not joking. This is my job." Sorry, that's a whole another movie. But I love Animal House. I could recite that whole movie from start to finish.
He took the bar.
The whole fucking bar.
And one other thing about the film that I think is pretty much stand out, and I think everyone could agree on, is the fact that the idea that an institution would, or any institution or authority would take an individual and sort of, play with their mind, so to speak, experiment, because this was an experiment.
For political reasons.
And what are we seeing now? Exactly.
For societal reasons, or for whatever reason. In when the book was made, it seemed terrifying and impossible. And it doesn't seem impossible anymore.
No.
Yeah, no, it's kind of what we're living in. Look at it. Look, it's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. It goes along with what Robert was saying from the very start. Was like, if you're not in the mind think, then you're an outsider. You're ostracized, or you're an istophobe, or you're this, or you're that, and you're treated differently, or you're canceled. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar in that way. And I mean, that goes through the whole kind of journey that Alex goes through. Is kind of like, it's he's this despicable human being, but then he's put through this process that, once again, after we're like, oh God, I can't believe we, because like you said, Robert, I can't believe we enjoyed following this character, and then we seen what he did to the, those individuals in that home invasion. But then by the time you see what he goes through, and you get, the repercussions of that when he goes and he's at that house, and we find ourselves in conflict, because we're like, yeah, this guy deserves his revenge.
Yes, he does.
But how come I feel bad that Alex can't defend himself? So you're at that conflict again that Kubrick makes you do. It's that primordial thing that he pulls out of people. And I love that about Kubrick. And I think you're right. Like, when because I've heard stories about, like when he's making movies, he's a totally different person than when he's not. Like, when he's not making movies, he's a typical, everyday, average, typical dad, good, great guy, loved being at home, didn't act like a movie star, right? I mean, he lived over in the UK and shit like that. And,
no, he was a family. That's why he didn't make very many movies. No, because he loved being around with his animals. I mean, he loved his cats. He charted their behaviors. I mean, he was, anybody who knew Kubrick, he would call people up, like in the middle of the night, to talk about, like, if he knew a scientist, he'd call a scientist up in the middle of the night and ask him physics questions, because he wanted to know. And he was, I wish I'd met him. I know, right? I wanted to. He's one of my heroes, because his films are so unique to him, and I don't think, there's very few directors now. I mean, there's some directors like David Fincher and Paul Thomas Anderson and Martin Scorsese, but I don't think they were as smart as Kubrick. I mean,
I can agree with that.
P.T. Anderson is smart, and David Fincher knows what he wants, But the thing about Kubrick was, I mean, he was an intellect. He had a keen mind, and what you were seeing from him, he wasn't a perfectionist necessarily, even though he was like David Fincher. He was more he was much more of an intellect than Fincher is, and we don't have anyone making films that's like that anymore. As a matter of fact, and he worked with small crews, so his movies weren't expensive. Even Eyes Wide Shut, that he shot for like a year, Warner Brothers didn't care because he had a small crew, and he wasn't expensive. Even though he shot for a year, he wasn't spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. So
Right, and I think that also when it comes to thinking about the idea of relating it to today's society, you know, and the central themes of morality in the movie. One thing that I've noticed is that we have today a lot of people justifying, you know, a cancellation of a person, or, you know, they'll go ahead and try and categorize someone as a particular offensive group when they don't belong in it. And I think that a group of people in society now have this pressure, this peer pressure to go along with the herd and, you know, agree to things that, you know, just are actually morally wrong. You know, to classify people as a phobist or whatever. And that justification is, they're using morality as that justification. And it kind of reminds me of what is done in the film, because they're using morality as the reason to try and change this person. We have to make him good.
Yeah.
You know, we have to go ahead and do this. It's the right thing to do in their mind. And of course it's wrong. It's an experiment. It's not real. And, you know, it's a fantasy that has, you know, absolutely no basis on the future of making the society any better. But I think it's very interesting when we see that those actions can have a profound effect on the society as a whole. You know, it dominates our discussions. It dominates the way that people behave to one another, and it instills fear in individuals today.
Yes.
Where people are frightened about what may or may not happen to them if they have a misstep. You can't even make a mistake, you know, for fear that you're going to be judged by this fantasy of morality being used as a judgment, you know, for our society as a whole.
No, it's absolutely terrifying. What's even worse is the people that will come after you and cancel you. I've had a taste of this. They believe they are morally, ethically, personally, whatever, superior to you, and
a victim in some way,
or and it's very weird. Like I would say, like the people that the little taste that I got of it, I made one tweet that was connected to a video, and I was being incendiary, but I was pissed, and I would think that I would just assume that everybody who follows me on Twitter, I've tweeted over 100,000 times, that you would have an insight, somewhat of an insight into my personality as a human being. Now, also, I had already been doing my YouTube channel. And for people that I'd worked with, you know, they came after me. And then a lot of people piled on, and all they knew of me was, they didn't even read my Twitter feed. They just knew me playing a character on this show I used to be on, and yet no one bothered to call me up and said, "Excuse me, what did you really mean by this? This is different than my experience of you." And I don't, no. The fervor, it was like they wanted to people want, the thing about cancel culture is they want to do that. They want to come after you because you can't admit you have bloodlust. But man, people are so quick to go after somebody's ideological differences, and they have no problem destroying someone's life. And I wish Kubrick were alive today, because I can only imagine. I mean, not only do we have cancel culture and the Me Too movement, but at the same time, how many girls are on OnlyFans? Or how many girls are putting themselves on Chatterbait or whatever? And you want to know, like, okay, I want to be a moral human being. But I'm looking, and for all the people that talk about all these different things, I can point to over here where I'm like, why are people debasing themselves? And I'm not saying they are. I don't think sex work is necessarily debasing. Everyone's got to get paid. But, I mean, no one is taking into a holistic... The thing that Kubrick did was he was very holistic. He looked at things from all different directions. And he never was like, oh, this is the way it should be. That's why he ended the movie the way he ended it, because it was all about the audience. I was cured all right. Well, was society? Or was it just Alex? And that's what's so interesting. Today, I think our level of discourse has become so dumbed down and we become so infantilized. Kubrick would have been disgusted by the last 22 years.
Oh, yeah. Honestly,
he would have been like, what the hell happened?
Watch the film. Didn't you get it?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, he would have, although, man, I wish that I could get a Kubrick movie today. I don't know what it would have been about, but it would have been amazing.
What would he say about the use of images even today, where, we have social media and, like just even one photograph or doctoring of photographs or changing around of, the influence that advertisements even have on our psychology, and, how people can use that as a justification to dox someone. I mean, I don't think he could have, even at that point, imagining using that, weaponizing, so to speak, things that, were not usually used as a weapon towards people's reputations. I think it's very interesting. And the introduction of using psychology and images in that sort of towards the main character, it's happening to all of us now in one way or another.
Well, he was a documentary. He was, I think, if memory serves, the youngest documentary photographer for Look magazine, and Look magazine doesn't exist anymore, but it was a big deal. And I think one of the things that we don't have anymore is like, if you lived in New York in the 60s, it was a crazy place. And Kubrick, actually in the 50s, he was taking pictures and he saw the transition. He saw human nature the way we don't see it anymore. We live in a weirdly sanitized, scrubbed world where, I mean, my God, my favorite new Twitter feed is libs of TikTok, and watching all of these insane videos of people talking about gender and I'm like, look, man, whatever happened to fucking? People like to fuck, and listening to everybody talk about. Here's the thing: you're talking about gender and sexuality. You know what you're not doing? You're not fucking. You're not fucking anymore. And what you're doing is all of this behavior. I listen. I want to be like. I don't care if you're a brony. I don't care if you're non-binary. Listen, I want to know what it's like. I want to get down and get my cheeks wet and a beautiful girl, get it between her legs and make her come. That's what I want to do. That's my life. That's my life's ambition. I want to make girls come with the practiced touch of my upturned tip of my tongue. That's something to aspire to. I'm good at it. I've practiced it. I listen to all this fucking bullshit. I'm like, do you people ever fuck? Do you guys come?
I've been saying the same exact thing, Robert. I'm like, that's where all this has got to come from. It's from repression. All they talk about is sex because they're not having it.
Well, yeah, but the way they talk about it, like,
to be touched or touch anybody.
I'm like listening to this shit. I'm like, what planet are you living on? And all of these like, I need you to address me by my pronouns. I'll address you however you want to be addressed. But why are you even making that an issue? Tell me how you, like, if you tell me your name is John, I'll call you John. If you want me to call you they or them, I will call you they or them. I don't give a fuck. Tell me if I'm going to call you up and ask you, hey, Suicide Squad open today. Would you, they or John or Sarah or whatever the fuck, I want to call you on the phone and ask you if you want to go to the movies with me. I don't need to know I don't want to have a political treatise on what I'm going to call you. Tell me what you want me to call you. I don't care. I just want to be able to go, hey, how's it going? So-and-so, them, they, zer, whatever the fuck. Do you want to go see Suicide Squad? And I feel like the entire we are complicating our lives, and it's because we are immature. This is what kids do. They make up a bunch of names. They don't live in the real fucking world where you actually have to go out, like walk out and like there's actual real things happening. And, and
everybody
we don't seem to know this anymore. Yes,
and I talked about weaponizing pictures, weaponizing video. Everybody's turned into a spin doctor. They have to. It's more than just sharing your opinion. They want to like convert you over to their cause, to what they think is right. And it's gone to such an extreme now where everything is debatable and has sometimes even equal importance to really serious situations. And it is confusing. I think that a young person growing up in a world like this, seeing people having heated debates over things that normally would just be an accepted norm for the rest of society, is going to confuse them. And no wonder they're challenging things that they don't need to challenge, and they're not able to pick proper battles.
No, I wish we had time travel. So everybody could go back to the African veldt about 20 or 100,000 years ago and talk about their gender roles. as whatever is hunting you down to kill you, and your mate is in the cave attending to your newborn. Let's talk about the patriarchy. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Right.
And it's like, I mean, we're having these ridiculous conversations, and in the meantime, we are moving away from reality, like actual physical reality. Like, and come back to male-female relations. Listen, I don't give a fuck what you want. I don't give a fuck what you think. I want to know if you and I are going out, we have a glass of wine, we have a great meal. If there's a vibe between us, I want to be able to go with that vibe, and I assume you want to go with it too. I don't want to do anything you don't want to do, but it used to be assumed that if you're out on a date with me and we're going out, we're having a couple of bottles of wine, maybe I had a lunch once that started at noon and ended at midnight, and then it continued on from there. We both knew what we were doing and what was happening. There was no like, do I need to sign a contract? I mean, we're both adults. We're here for the same reasons. But nowadays, apparently not, and it's just bizarre to me. I'm like, when are you going to grow the fuck up and take responsibility for your actions? Why do you expect the rest of the world to meet you where you want to be met? No, when you walk out the door, the world is a horrible, awful place, and it will kill you at every turn. Don't expect the world to change to become the way you want it to be. And I feel we live in a world where people want to make the world what they think it should be. I'm like, are you kidding? The world will destroy you just on a let me tell you, on a in terms of a scale of survival, on a long enough tail, your survival rate is 0. It is 0. So for you to spend your life trying to tell other people or dictate to other people what they should or shouldn't do as an individual, that doesn't mean a government can't or a larger group can't, but I mean, seriously, who the fuck are you? If you're trying to regulate other people's behavior, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, right. Like I was just, it's funny taking it back to the title of the show, Midnight Metal. Leave it to a group of people that insane to make it metal to actually be responsible and pay your bills and be an adult and all these other things because it's sane. It reminds me of that video that leaked of that city council person, I'm going to say, who tried to basically cancel this individual who had a Star Wars store. I don't know if you saw this video yet or not, Robert.
No.
Oh, it's insane. It's out there. I'm not going to get into too much of it because it's going to derail too much. But this individual came in who is transgender and was freaking out over a sign.
I've seen that video.
Okay, yeah, and he's like, I don't care. I went to Vietnam to fight for people like you, and I don't give a shit what your feelings are about it. He's like, at first I was being nice, and I took the sign down just to be nice. But now I'm going to go put it in the front window just to prove my point, because you're being an asshole. And that's the thing. Just because you think you're so special does not give you the right to go out and be a fucking asshole.
Well, that's...
Like, nobody gives a shit.
That's the real... That's what I find very interesting. is that we now live in a world where everybody thinks that the world at large should be exactly the way they want it to be all the time. And I don't maybe I don't know where that came from. Like, I mean, that's I think one of the reasons that I enjoy Kubrick's movies is that he was also a master of irony. You know, he knew that no matter what you did, the world was going to conspire against you. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Maybe it takes a long time, but it'll destroy you. You're not going to win, no matter what. And I mean, literally in Doctor Strangelove, at the end of the movie, he blows up the world. Right. Humanity dies. We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when. You know, as the nuclear weapons are going off. And by the way, Doctor Strangelove is one of the greatest movies ever made. Even today, it's still one of the greatest movies ever made. I mean, nowadays,
yes, it is.
You know, we don't have the nuclear. Well, we might with Iran. They're 10 days from a nuclear weapon. One day, somebody will detonate one, and we'll come to our senses.
Well, we're almost destroying ourselves from the inside out to a point, in a weird way.
Oh yeah, like hey, we live in a world where, look, whatever you think, whatever your political affiliation is, how about not going en masse to our capital and beating up cops? 4 police officers that were involved in the January 6th, call it what you want, have killed themselves. I think that's something to be, police officers that put their lives on the line, that were defending our nation's capital, took their own lives because of what happened on January 6th. And I think people should stop and think, I don't care what your political affiliation is. Americans that were defending our capital, say what you want, I don't care how you define what happened. Those men took their own lives. And the question is, why did they? Why did they? And you know, I listen to all these people talk, and I'm like, I don't know what world anyone lives in, but what happened on January 6th is not something up for debate. It was something that shouldn't have happened. And as a result, people that were tasked with protecting that building and the people inside have taken their own lives. So it's not just what happened on the 6th of January. It's in the wake of it all. And I think that that's something that needs to be considered and people need to remember. And it's unbelievable to me that we live in a country where people are like, no, it wasn't what it was. Sure it was. Like, we all saw it.
At some point in going down the line in history, it's going to be reinterpreted as a book or as a movie. And, you know, it's going to all be up for interpretation. What normally would have been put down as some sort of problem at the Capitol might be renamed as, I don't know, revolution at the Capitol. I mean, you could see how this could be turned and twisted into so many different perspectives and levels, and years from now, people talking about it in a way that it's almost revered versus something that was kind of a sad moment in our history.
Really, and I'll tell you something. This show's called Midnight Metal. What is heavy metal music? What is thrash metal? What is speed metal? What is black metal? What is death metal? What is pop metal? All of it is about railing against the norms or embracing the human spirit in some way, shape, or form. Or, let's face it, it's about fucking too, which is good. Because in this day and age, and I mean consensual fucking, I mean all the way around. Girls want you to be there. You want to be there. You are both or guys and guys, girls and girls, whomever. I don't care who you want to be with. Fucking is good. You and your partner let's get wet. Let's get sweaty. Let's leave no orifice unturned. Fuck yeah, man. That's fucking metal. That's what heavy metal's about too. And you know what? In this day and age, we're creating a weird society of chaste people that will go and talk about their own sexuality, and it's weird. It's bizarre. We'll talk about our own politics because we're sitting at home. We don't have to actually deal. Everyone's becoming a Marxist now. Really? I would love it to see you guys try and create a Marxist civilization. I mean, in Seattle, they're like, yep, we're going to occupy parts of city blocks. Well, that lasted a couple of weeks. I mean, my God, Please, everybody, you know what? Pay attention in history class. It's just unbelievable to me that we have our filmmakers like Stanley Kubrick who could never work. They would never let him. They'd never give him a budget. He'd be making like movies for Netflix with no budgets because the studios would be like, I don't understand this guy. Why are we releasing his movies? Like, Warner Brothers. Can you imagine Warner Brothers? I mean, by the way, if it's funny because I watched Suicide Squad and I'm thinking if Kubrick made a superhero movie, he kind of would be doing what James Gunn is doing. Not exactly the same way, but let me tell you, he'd blow people's faces up the same way that James Gunn did. And
it was so good. I love Suicide Squad.
I did too.
So
but
good.
that's an interesting conversation in and of itself. Is like, what movies would we have gotten out of Kubrick in the last, 40?
Oh my God,
years,
he would have.
whatever.
He probably wouldn't have only given us one. But if he didn't, what's that?
I know what movies we would have gotten out of him.
Well, at least we know at least one or two anyway. AI, and it would have been much different, I think. For one, I don't know how you feel about the movie, Robert, but I hate the movie, and I think it's because I don't think Steven got what Kubrick was trying to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely. I mean, he tried.
He tried. Now, don't get me wrong. I need to rewatch it at some point, but
it's actually. I actually really like AI. I think it's aged really well.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta rewatch it. But
and Kubrick did develop a lot more of that movie than people know. I mean, Spielberg took it over, but he did a pretty faithful job. It's just that I think the sensibilities are so different.
Right.
And it comes from the fact that Stanley Kubrick was on the streets of New York taking pictures of people, in the 50s and as a kid, and he saw a lot of things that Spielberg never saw. The difference, I think, is that Spielberg was a very sheltered guy. If you read about his life in the 70s and all that, the way he grew up in Arizona and, with his parents and all that, he was... Can you imagine you're 16 years old making Firelight, which is one of his early films that he made, and you're Stanley Kubrick taking pictures on the streets of New York City? The difference in what you're just going to see on a daily basis. And I think that it was they had very different ways but what Kubrick wanted, what eluded him was Spielberg's commercial success, and the idea that I mean, Kubrick did have some commercial success, but not like E.T. commercial success, not Close Encounters of Jaws or
time. And I think that the ideals in a lot of these films were not things that most Americans were thinking about, and therefore they didn't desire to see it in front of their eyes. We can see the relevance of it now, but then those things weren't even discussed at the dinner table, Robert. The ideas that were perpetuated in these films, and probably a good portion of the generation now looking back on it are I think that they love the films, but at that time it was not something that they could necessarily act upon. But I think that Kubrick would be making films in addition to stuff he already had in production or had ideas about. I think he would have been making films about what's going on in South America or in Mexico and gang violence there. And things like that, like there was a film called Identifying Features that was made last year. And it was a story about a woman who's trying to find out what happened to her son, who was supposed to go to the United States and start working, but he went missing along the way. And he would do something like that, kind of like give us the impression of, Americans are complaining about how awful their society is and how people aren't respecting one another and they're not getting the recognition that they deserve, so to speak. Well, look at your neighbors. Look at how your neighbors' lives in your neighboring countries are. And you tell me how bad your life really is. That's
the thing that kills me about this country is we the great luxury people talk about privilege in this country. The ability to bitch and moan and complain and blame and all the crap that we put, that's our greatest privilege. Everybody can do it. You don't just have to be white. Anybody has the privilege now. I mean, we were born in the West. We were born in the richest country in the world at probably the best time humanity has ever lived. And I think anyone, I don't care who you are, and yes, does that mean America is? No, there's a lot of shitty things about this country. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. The stuff that goes on in this country. I mean, the homeless problem in California is a perfect example. Nobody really wants to. We can't even talk about the real underlying problems there. It's not like, oh, people have been displaced in their homes. No, we got rid of mental institutions to help people with mental problems. The Reagan era got rid of that. Drug addiction. Unless you're going to talk about mental illness and drug addiction, you can't address the homeless problem. You can't sit there and go, no, it's just an issue of people not having a place to live. It's like, nope. But we can't say that. Nobody wants to say that. We got activists that will tell you, no, it's like, wait a minute. Why can't you say it? Why do people tell us in our world that we can't say things? Like we can't bring up ideas to debate. How is any idea wrong to bring up? Bad ideas will be debated out of existence. But nothing should be off the table. We're adults. We should be able to discuss anything. It's a discussion about ideas. And we can't. We are so infantilized and we have been so dumbed down that we actually have people, I've watched videos on YouTube of college professors saying that language or ideas are violence. And I'm like, lady or dude, I want to punch you in the face and I want you to tell me what is violence. Is it ideas? Is it language? Or is it my fist in your face? And I'm not a violent person. I wouldn't hit anybody. It's a metaphor. But it's like, I mean, really? It's so you watch a movie like Clockwork Orange. One of my favorite things, I have to say, I've said this a lot. I love reaction videos. You know how people do reaction videos? My favorite reaction videos, and maybe people might think this is weird, but I assure you it's not, is watching teenage girls react to watching The Exorcist for the first time. Because The Exorcist is not playing around. The Exorcist is dealing with the real world, even though a girl is demonically possessed. There is no, it is relentlessly realistic. It is a documentary style film. Yeah. It's William Friedkin. And the people, because a teenage girl thinks, and there are things that it's about the corruption of a young girl. And to me, when I watched The Exorcist for the first time, I wished two things. I wished, one, I was a 12-year-old girl, and then two, I wished I was Catholic. I wished those things because it was so steep to and that's why watching young girls watch The Exorcist is so, like, because they're so freaked out because they've not seen innocence corrupted in that way, like in a ideological, not just a physical way, but in an emotional, in a mental, in a profoundly disturbing way that movies today will never, they'll never go that, and yet they have to deal with what's so funny is girls have to deal with the reality of the horrors of what life will visit upon them. But in our world, in our meme Instagram world, we try and pretend none of that exists. But The Exorcist says no, you're fucked, and you don't have to be possessed by a demon. Everyone's out to get you. The evil is there. And then also the Catholicism nature of it, because Jews are different. I was raised a Jew. But one of the other things about the story that I love so much is I'm not Catholic, but I get from an intellectual standpoint, Father Karras is a good priest. He's a good man. And he's become a priest because he truly has the Holy Spirit in him. And he's lost his faith because he wasn't there for his mother. And he is racked with guilt. And I mean, my God, the weight of humanity between what happens to young Reagan McNeil and what happens to Damien Karras, and the two shall meet. And watching an innocent corrupted utterly, let's call it by the devil, Pazuzu, whatever. I mean, if you're an Exorcist 2 fan. And then you see Damien Karras, a man who's lost his faith, and the confrontation of the two. That Damien Karras finds his faith again by confronting the ultimate corruption of an innocent girl. He finds his faith. He's able to save her eternal soul at the cost of his own life. To me, that is some fucking amazing shit in a horror film or any movie. And that's why that's my favorite horror film of all time. And I look at movies like that came out in 73, 74. Clockwork Orange was opened in December 71, 72. These are movies that were within a couple of years of each other.
Right.
And I don't think anyone today, it's like Jason Blum's going to make a movie for $400 million. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. And God bless Jason Blum for getting paid. But I grew up watching these movies. These films are so profound. And they meant so much to me. And they had so much to say. And I would, to this day, I've been watching them for 40 fucking years. And I puzzle over them. And I think about them. And they resonate. I don't think there's any movies today. There's some good. I shouldn't say that. I mean, I've watched this. I love The Social Network. I think Kubrick, if Fincher didn't make The Social Network, I think Kubrick would have made The Social Network.
I agree with you there.
I think he would have.
Something like it, yeah.
Do young people, when they watch A Clockwork Orange, even know what the song "Singing in the Rain" is from? Do they even like?
Not likely.
No. And that's another problem.
Commercial.
No, I mean they'll see. I mean Alex DeLarge. You can buy the Kubrick estate. You can buy action figures of him. Because we all need I love Alex, I love Clockwork Orange, but I'm like, buying an action figure of him? Is that something? I mean, and they're gleefully selling those. They'll put him in the same action. They got a lot of 1/12 scale figures. They'll put him in the same line as the Avengers. Now, I'm no prude, but that's a little weird.
It is. It's almost as weird, or if not almost as bad, I should say, as them being in Space Jam 2. Like, that's taking it to the ultimate level of... Kubrick would have fucking flipped his lid.
I mean, I have to say, yeah. By the way, he never would have allowed that.
Oh, fuck no.
He never would have allowed that. Never would have allowed it. He would have
put a stop to that and then some.
Because he would have said, you fucking idiots... Do you understand? Did you watch my movie? And here's the thing. This is one of the things I have, because I have to bring Star Trek into this, because I have to bring it into every conversation I ever have with anybody ever. Yes. The people that are making Star Trek now have such a fundamental lack of understanding of what Star Trek is. That's what's most maddening. I know they haven't watched it. They've watched like the BuzzFeed. Here are the top 10 episodes. You know, Michelle Paradise, if I were to give her, I bet you I could go up to the showrunner of Discovery and I'm like, hey, Michelle, I'm going to throw out 5 episode titles of Star Trek, and I want you to tell me what happened in the episodes. She couldn't. I would stump her in 5. By the way, Michelle Paradise, I invite you, I give you the challenge. Come on Midnight Metal, and I will give you 5 episodes of Star Trek. Not even hard ones. I'll bet you can't tell me what happened in them. I bet you can't.
Or make it even easier on her, because, okay, let's throw out the title part. Just have her come on and tell you about her 5 favorite episodes. Make it even easier on her.
No, you know what? I will even say, Michelle, I'll bet I can guess them before you say what they are.
Right. Well, my thing is she won't be able to do it. It's kind of like the Leslie Headland thing when they asked her what her favorite Star Wars film, and she's like, all the Star Wars. You know, they're all the. You know, it's like, yeah, like the next question should have been, well, what's your favorite character? Because then, besides, you know, she would never be able to answer anything other than that, maybe. Because she'd be like, I like the furry Chewbacca guy or something like that. You know, stupid. Like, but no, you're right, Robert. That is the biggest issue. And did you hear this? Not to change subjects subtly, but like. Considering it has to do with Star Trek.
Dude, it's fucking metal changing subjects.
Did you know Did you know that they're using the director's edition of Star Trek: The Motion Picture to push Paramount Plus? It's going to be exclusive for I don't know how long on Paramount Plus.
First of all, they used alternate takes in the 4K version of Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about that yet either. Like, what the fuck happened there?
I'm going to go off on this on Let's Get Physical Media.
I'm going to be there for that one.
I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, first of all, can I just talk about how the fact that I don't know when? I mean, I actually heard some good news this week, some actually very good news about the one person in Hollywood who should control all of this. There's one person, and thank God. I don't know what motherfucking dumb asshole whoever put the 4K version of Star Trek the Motion Picture in process. First of all, fuck. Wait, hang on. Fuck you. You fucking people at Paramount. I mean, oh my God. The 4K transfer. There are alternate takes and different effect shots. Who did this? And by the way, I don't care who did it. Whoever did it, fuck you, Paramount. Fuck all of you people. This is the problem with our amazing cinematic legacy. I think here. Let me explain something to you. As someone, albeit very small, I am the post-production supervisor, the editor, and the VFX supervisor of my little movie Tango Shalom. Now, if you were to give me your $44 million Star Trek the Motion Picture, you know what I would do? A better job than the fucking idiots that you had do the 4K version of Star Trek the Motion Picture. Fuck you! I mean, who the fuck are you? By the way, somebody clip this out. Send it to Paramount. Who are you hiring to do this shit? Who gets to sit there and go, I think now it's 2021. Star Trek the Motion Picture was done in 79. What do they really know? Let's just make Vulcan. Let's just red everything up. It doesn't matter how it was shot or how it was exposed. Let's make Vulcan look more red because it's red, right? It's Vulcan. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. First of all, the studios have gotten rid of all the people that know what's up. And it's unbelievable because our cultural legacy of cinema is being vandalized because the people, look, God love Hollywood. But you know what was good about Hollywood? People really used to know their jobs. Now, they don't. And the people that are controlling our cinematic legacy don't know fuck all. I'm sure whoever color timed Star Trek the Motion Picture wasn't even fucking born when the movie came out. And was like, well, that's the slow motion. No one likes that movie. Why do I have to spend the time? Bruh, they swapped out takes. Who the fuck did that? Who what? Fuck you. Anyway, that's an aside. I don't mean to derail the conversation.
No, and I asked you, so it was my fault. But yeah, I didn't know if you knew that about the director's edition too. I just found that out today.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got, obviously, I actually contributed, I can so speak. I contributed to the director's edition DVD. I had the 2-inch videotape of all of the commercials with Orson Welles narrating, and they used that tape, which, by the way, was on the, I hope they put that on the 4K Blu-ray disc.
They probably won't.
Maybe not. I mean, but it was Orson Welles. Orson fucking Welles, director of Citizen Kane.
I take that back. They will just because it's on the old Blu-ray, probably. Sorry.
Yeah. But I have to say, like, I looked at those screen grabs and all that shit. I'm like, what? Now, to be fair, some of it looks great. But the problem is, no matter what looks great is torpedoed by the dumb... There are decisions that were made in the color timing of that movie which betrays anyone's fucking intellect. And I don't understand where it comes from. And fire those fucks. No one will. Like, it's unbelievable to me what goes on at the studios now, especially with your old films. My God, Paramount. Now, I've heard Star Trek 3 and 4 have dropped on 4K on iTunes.
Here's the thing. They're on Vudu, but I can't buy them. Like, they're there. They say they're in 4K, but you can't buy them in 4K yet. So I don't know if there's like something with
what's amazing to me is
I don't use iTunes.
Looking at what they did Star Trek the Motion Picture. It's not all bad, but a lot of it is really god awful because the decisions were made are ignorant decisions. Ignorant. They don't understand. That was I was channeling one of my other favorite YouTubers there. Like, come on, man. Like I don't. People are always saying, Look, hire somebody. Oh, I don't know. I worked in home video for over 20 years.
Right.
By the way, the last special features I produced were nominated for a Rondo Award this year. I mean, I just want to say I've got 23 years now working in. Actually, that's not true. Since 1993, since Dave Parker allowed me to. By the way, Dave Parker taught me a lot about cutting trailers. In the Spirit of the Night trailer. So let's go back to 1993.
He was in the chat. I don't know if he still is.
I would say I've been working in home video and special features and all that shit since 1993. So fuck anyone that thinks they know more than me. Fuck you.
Well,
And
maybe
it's
now's
like-
the time for us to have that conversation as to why they're so shitty now. Remember what we talked about for last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's because they don't know. The problem is people who know things are expensive. It's institutional knowledge. And the studios have gotten rid of all the people that were old because they were there for a long time and they're expensive because they have institutional knowledge. So let's get rid of them. The bean counters want to get rid of everyone. Oh, that's smart. Get rid of everybody that knows everything. I mean, and this is the problem with our
now.
this is the problem with our fucking country, man. Let's get rid of the. Oh, they're old. You know what? God fucking bless Clint Eastwood writing and directing a movie. By the way,
Did you see the trailer for that?
Oh yeah. Now
Looks
here's
great.
what's awesome. Cry Macho. It's Cry Macho.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so let me tell you about this movie.
Can't wait to see it.
Cry Macho was written in the early 1970s.
Wow.
And I you have to forgive me. The screenwriter's name eludes me. He pitched it to Fox. They said no. Then he turned his screenplay into a book called Macho.
Mm-hmm.
Either the script was called Macho, the book was called Cry Macho. The book came out in 75. Big hit. Fox bought it. He resold his same screenplay.
Right.
And that movie was tried. Fox it went through all the studios. Everybody. Burt Lancaster was attached once. Arnold Schwarzenegger was attached once. They tried to make this movie. The author died in 2000. Never got made. So a script that was written in the early 1970s is now coming out in 2021 because of Clint Eastwood, who made it when he was 91 years old. Come on.
Fucking
That's a fucking story. You know, we have kids writing in the John Campy show going, Rob, John, I mean, I'm 23 years old. I don't know what am I going to... I'm like, Clint Eastwood made a movie that was written in 1971 when in 2021, I mean, we're looking at a 50-year journey. So anybody who wonders, and I let me just say this because I'm thinking about it right now. The greatest advice I've ever heard in my life was in a Dear Abby column. And for those of you who don't remember Dear Abby, there was an advice columnist named Abigail Van Buren. Her sister was named Ann Landers. But my favorite, and I'm paraphrasing, you can probably look it up and find this. My very favorite Dear Abby column ever, and I read her religiously because I also had a paper route, so I read her in the Seattle Times. So a woman writes in to Dear Abby, this international syndicated advice columnist, and this woman writes in and says, I've always wanted to be a doctor, and I'm 42 years old, and if I went to medical school and did my internship and everything I need to do, by the time I'm a doctor, I would be 50 years old.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And Dear Abby's answer, greatest answer of all time, she said, you're going to be 50 anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's life, people. If you want to do something, don't sit there and go, I'm too old. Fuck that. Clint Eastwood made Cry Macho at 91. There is no excuse. And by the way, that doesn't mean it's not going to... I've been working on fucking Tango Shalom for 5 fucking years. Why? Right. I don't know. Should I have spent 5 years of my life on it? Is it worth it? That's for other people to decide. It is what it is. But you know what? Fits and starts. It was like a hobby, whatever. It's getting theatrically released.
Right.
You know,
every little thing that you post about that dude, it makes me proud of it because I know how hard you worked on it and how long.
You know what's funny? I mean, What's so weird about it is this computer that I'm talking to you on, it's moved around in my house. This same computer that I talk on YouTube, 8 episodes of Dota Dragon's Blood. All of Tango Shalom, which, by the way, I was working on today. I found typos in the credits. I mean, it was like nothing. And you can't look. At the end of the day, here's the thing. No one. I will tell you this: Tango Shalom is decidedly unmetal. It's not metal in any way, shape, or form. Your grandmother would like it. But you know what? The fact that I stuck with this thing that should never have been finished, much less as good as it is. And by the way, it is good in the milieu it's in. You've seen it, right?
Yes, yes. And I think that any film that is made to promote peace is worthwhile seeing, and it's going to become a classic. It's not going anywhere. This is a really irrelevant film, and I think after seeing it, I think people can learn quite a lot, because in the film, there are scenes where, the main character goes to others and asks for advice, which is something that I think isn't encouraged today, but we can all learn a lot from seeking advice and collaboration with our neighbors to make the world a more peaceful place.
What's really interesting about this movie that is blowing me away, it's going to screen at the United Nations, and there's this. It's getting an award from the different religious groups and all this. I mean, let me tell you, Tango Shalom cost 1/20th of one episode of Star Trek Discovery. 1/20th.
Yes.
And I would say that I, who produced it, edited the film, I was the VFX supervisor and the post-production supervisor. If I were to take those 4 tasks, like I can say I've done that. I've done it on multiple movies. I'm like, I'd do that on a Star Trek movie.
And I also think that the film gives us this view of religious leaders, specifically in New York, working together, and they're doing it all the time. This is what we see on a day-to-day basis, and as you saw in the film, in the same neighborhood or very close by, you'll have different houses of worship, and oftentimes they're collaborating with one another and trying to make the city and the world a better place. And I think that it's a very powerful message, and we need more of that.
No, it's very funny because we live in the movie pundit space where, look, I loved Suicide Squad. I love genre cinema. I mean, I do. I've loved it my whole life. But I've also loved other foreign films. Michelangelo Antonioni. I mean, Bresson, Truffaut, Kurosawa. I mean, and I think that film is the art of the 20th century, and what I think video games are the art of the 21st century, by the way. But film was the art of the 20th century, and I do think that one of the great things about cinema was it was the very first time that human beings could look at our lives on the screen. We, rather than live our lives, we could actually move outside and watch other human beings' lives, and we could relate to them because they were writ large on the big screen. That wasn't possible until the 20th century. I mean, okay, theoretically, yes, movies began earlier than the 20th century, but the 20th century was when movie making was really refined and came into its own over the 100 years. And the sharing of stories on film was an incredibly important watershed moment in the history of all mankind, because all we could do was read about history. And even though it's fictional stories and we've got documentaries, we now have a record of, fiction rings true. Like you need to make, there's got to be, it's very funny because the more truth that's in a fictionalized story, the better the fiction is. And when I say truth, the truth meaning the human experience. It doesn't have to be true to life or true to something that happened, but a story must feel true. Even if nothing in the story is true at all, it's all made up. But the human emotion, what happens in the story has to feel true. And if it does, then people buy into it.
I got a quote. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Tom. And that's what's so disturbing about the cash grab that we're seeing in Hollywood take place now. Because they're just essentially writing contracts and they don't care what the outcome is. It's like, it's almost as if, the final outcome is irrelevant. They just want to see the checks, and they're getting them. They're getting paid like big money to produce work that doesn't have the same quality that we all want.
Yeah, I have a quote, Robert, that I think you'll like. To me, the way I describe why I love film so much, and I think it's an art form, is because you're allowed to live a lifetime in just a moment, or live a moment for a lifetime.
Yeah.
Because it's you get to live somebody else's life in 2 hours, or there's a moment that you can just live throughout that 2 hour span in just a moment. It's like there's so many great things you can do with movies that it can be so much for anything. It's just a great fluid art form.
Yeah, it really has been probably one of the most effective art forms out there now. And I think we're seeing a bit of it translate to video, even what we're doing now, which might have been something that wasn't really possible to do on a wide scale 20 years ago.
Right.
I'd like to think, and I really do believe that the videos that we make, although they're not movies, using this format that Hollywood has been using so effectively to create those moments that you referred to, Tom, are allowing us to go ahead and relive those moments and enjoy everything that we loved, or different things that we contemplated or thought about in this media. And it's I couldn't have imagined it myself that we even be here at this moment on Midnight Metal, being able to enjoy those things that we love. And we need it now because so much of what we're getting isn't the same quality. So we need this medium now more than ever to look back and celebrate those times and enjoy them again now.
Yeah. By the way, I have to point out, my man Kaz Graphics, who is, by the way, the official cheesemonger of the Burnettwork, says Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. As a third-generation military vet, the opening scene is the most accurate to military basic training for its time. I love it. Kubrick was a stickler for accuracy.
Well, what's scary about that is that, at least my understanding of what he was saying with that movie was he wanted to show the worst of everything, every aspect of the military, every aspect of war, and how it just goes against human nature in general, but yet it's a part of our human nature. It's like, again, going back to that whole thing of how he rips us down to this primordial ooze of what makes a human being a human being.
By the way, this is no, I totally agree with you. I have to say something that's I've been thinking about a lot because of Kaz. I love Eric B. and Rakim. I'm a huge fan, and Kaz posted the video "Don't Sweat the Technique," and I miss music videos. I really miss music videos. As a, so many of our great filmmakers like David Fincher, began
in short film medium,
I love old school hip hop. I'm not so much a fan of, new school hip hop. But Eric B. and Rakim, my God, talk about the vocal stylings of Rakim. Come on, man. He's one of my favorite rappers of all time. And going back and watching, that's like a 30-year-old video. Don't Sweat the Technique, paid in full. You go back and you watch this stuff and you're like, we need fucking music videos, man. Like, what happened to that? Like, I miss the fact that you had artists that were visualizing there's
There's
songs
a
I
few
miss.
left, not
You know,
many.
I think, and by the way, hip hop videos, I think the most could have, like, one of my favorite music videos of all time is also a hip hop video, which is going back to Cali, LL Cool J, Black and White. And like, I was a huge, people forget, people now think LL Cool J is like a TV star. But, oh my God.
Kind of like
I mean,
Rock
to me,
the bell.
I think LL Cool J. I'm like,
Knock
Brent
it
has
out.
got a big old butt, and I'm leaving you. See
Yeah.
ya.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
thought that'd be true.
oh yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, but Brenda's got a big old butt, and I'm like, what happened to that shit, man? What happened to that? I remember driving to California on spring break, and we could not. Me and Todd Stanley, my roommate, that LL Cool J album. Oh my God!
You know what I
And this
found
is
out,
before
like,
Mama said knock you out. Come on.
I was just gonna say, you know what's weird about LL Cool J now that you bring him up? I didn't know this until recently. He worked on the song "Football" for Wildcats.
Football.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Dude,
Band's been around forever. Like that
Dude,
was what,
and by the way,
82, 84, something like that. Yeah.
yeah, to me, 85. Like, I mean, that
Yeah,
guy.
maybe
And
85,
by the way, his
yeah.
workout book. He has a workout book. I have like a.
He is
coffee table.
incredibly fit.
Oh man. Like, look. I mean, to be honest, as I've transitioned into my old age, I thought to
ladies
myself,
love
I'm like,
Luther.
you know what? Ultimately, I wish I was born black. To be honest. And I say that because I wanted to look like LL Cool J. I want to look like Michael B. Jordan. I want to look like Mike Coulter. I mean, my favorite people in life, like people I want to look like, they're all black. Just so you know. I mean,
I was a huge Eddie
My
Murphy
God.
fan growing up too. Yeah, I hear you.
I'm just saying. I mean, beautiful men. These guys are beautiful men. And what's great is I can have action figures of most of them. So
Yeah.
I wasn't going to buy the Killmonger figure unless it had a Michael
Except for
B. Jordan
Axel
face
F. What
sculpt,
is it
just
with
saying.
Eddie Murphy and not allowing any action figures of him? What the fuck?
Dude. Oh my God. Third party. Somebody make an Axel Foley. But
There
you know
is
what? I have to say,
somebody doing something.
I want to, if you make an Axel Foley figure, I do want the Axel Foley from Beverly Hills Cop 2 so we can
Yes.
have the jacket.
Well,
I
yeah,
need
they
I
make
need
them
a jacket.
interchangeable. Yeah, you need an interchangeable one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't cover this up. This is like the breast of a dog to scrub for the customer. It's not sexy, it's animal. You know, man, Beverly Hills Cop
Achmel.
remains. Achmel Foley is here to see her. He's an old
And
acquaintance.
that soundtrack to that film.
Oh,
Oh, my
it's me.
gosh.
I love Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, you know what? Raiders of the Lost Ark is a perfect movie, but so is Beverly Hills
Beverly Hills
Cop.
Cop.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
I mean, my God, it's. I love that movie. That's the only movie that my mother can quote back to me.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
boy, what talent he had. What a talented young man Eddie Murphy was at that time. And we were lucky that he made that film. I mean,
He was young at that point.
yeah.
And
he
by the way,
really-
let's remember it was following up 48 Hours.
Exactly. And he
I
almost
mean-
didn't get into that. That was a fluke and a half. It was just a happenstance almost. Because they wanted Richard Pryor. They were looking at
yeah, that would have been a mistake.
what's his name? I was trying. God, just think Taps. He was in Taps and Running Scared.
Oh, Gregory Hines.
Yeah, they're thinking either Gregory Hines or Richard Pryor or somebody like that. And Eddie Murphy just because they're like, oh no, he's too young, too brash, whatever. They're like, no, trust me, this is the guy. This
Perfect.
is the guy.
It also has my favorite
What's his name?
my-
Hill.
Walter Hill, who's
Walter
he
Hill, yeah.
directed 48 Hours. Martin Brest
Yes.
directed Beverly Hills
But
Cop.
yeah, you got to Martin Brest, but no, Beverly Hills Cop is a totally other story. I know you know this too, probably, Robert. It started out as a Sylvester Stallone movie.
Yes, it
which
did.
Eventually became Cobra,
Mhm.
and then they brought Eddie in, and it became a completely different thing. And they just played to his power, and it just became Eddie Murphy's vehicle at that
Oh
moment.
my God! I mean,
And
everything.
he took that thing in all gears, and
Everything about that movie is just. And by the way, people forget that opening truck chase is amazing. I mean, like it is a great action scene when they play the neutron dance.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Exactly,
so
yeah.
good, and thank God I have it right. Oh, it's right over here. Thank God, because the Blu-ray was fucking terrible, and the 4K remaster. It's not like you're going to be a reference quality, but it looks great compared.
No, but
to
it looks much
everything
better.
else.
I think they went back to the negative, which that's the
They
thing.
did.
That movie never was. It was filmed on probably shitty stock or something at the time. That,
Yeah.
There was a point in '83 that they were using something, because like that movie, Gremlins, and a couple other from that era suffer from whatever the fuck it was they were using.
No, they
for
were using
stock or
film
something.
stocks. I mean, they're both. By the way,
Yeah.
Gremlins and Beverly Hills Cop are both 84, along with Temple of
Yeah, but they
Doom.
would have shot him in '83. Is my point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, totally.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So like between those movies, like, well, now Temple of Doom looks fine, but that's probably
Yeah.
because they used a totally different stock as compared
Yeah,
to.
no, and
you know.
it's true because they use theirs. Although I have to say, I mean, shout out to Paramount for remastering these movies because, you know, they're like almost famous in 4K, which is one of my favorite top 10 films of all time, and to get Beverly Hills Cop in 4K.
Well, now how can they get those to look so good? But how'd they fuck up on Star Trek? Who's involved there that got fucked up?
Well,
That's
okay,
my question.
here's what happens.
Not to go back to that. Sorry.
No, I'd love to go back to that. Here's what happens. First of all, nobody knows, and they'll hire a colorist, and there's nobody overseeing. There's no oversight. So when you're color timing, like when I color timed Tango Shalom, I brought in my cinematographer, and he sat there while we color timed it with our colorist Randy Kuhnfield at Blue Line or Blueprint, and who did a fantastic job. Now, I don't believe the cinematographer of Star Trek: The Motion Picture is still alive, so he's not there. But what you do is you hire consultants, you bring them in, and they don't want to do that. And what happens is everyone's making these. Well, Vulcan's supposed to be red, so let's
Well, why don't they
crank
just
up
pull
the
out a
red.
VHS and the DVD and go by that for fuck's sake? Sorry.
Well, no, but they don't. But that's too much work. And the thing is, there needs to be somebody there that would care to even do that. And the problem is the studios have gutted their people. There's nobody left. Like there was a woman who worked at Paramount named Annie Caprillion. She was in home video. She was there forever. She loved Star Trek, and she oversaw a lot of the Star Trek projects. She's no longer there because they don't want the studios do not want to pay for institutional knowledge. And here's the thing. In the streaming world, the studio catalogs that they own, like Disney's catalog, Warner Brothers catalog for HBO Max, all of your catalog titles become even more valuable because the more of them you put up, here's the problem. Nobody, I always say on my own show on this channel that pop culture lasts for 20 years. After 20 years, no one gives a shit. If you didn't grow up and know it, maybe. But nowadays, what's happening, what's changing, is that people are going back and looking at all of culture. And with streaming services, everything is available, and the playing field's equal. You know,
Right.
everything's there. You're clicking through it, and people are just starting to watch. So what the hope that I have for the future is that young people, like when you're growing up, when you're 4, 5, 6, 7. You don't give a shit yet if something's old or new or when it came out or when it didn't. You just click on it, you're like, oh, that looks good. I'll watch that. You don't care. So everything that was made should be remastered and put up online. The great thing about HBO Max or Disney Plus, every single Disney product, yes, even Song of the South, should be available to watch. Contextualize it, sure. But that's why having studios own their own streaming services is great because their entire legacy is there if they take care of their legacy. And when you see things like the Star Trek The Motion Picture, color timing and alternate takes and all this, I'm like, okay, you fucking idiots. You don't know shit.
Yeah.
Whoever did this was a moron. And I'll say that. A moron. Kind of like, I don't know, the last 12 years of Star Trek. And what's funny is the people that get these jobs look good on paper, but they're not necessarily the people that should be doing the jobs. Like, why wouldn't you look? anyone will take a job in Hollywood. Yo, you want me to take the franchise? I never liked it, but my God, my company's going to make tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
So I'll do the job. I don't necessarily like it, but I'll take the job.
It's a cash grab. That's
Yeah,
all
why
it
not?
is. Cash grab.
I got to get your opinion on this, though, not to switch too many gears. I believe, at first we were all kind of bummed about the whole Kurtzman deal, but doesn't the whole Matt and Trey deal for South Park really put into perspective what he's done to Star Trek and its worth? I mean, considering they got $900 million and he got a measly $150 million for 6 years. Oh, it just made me laugh. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. And by the way, I think that sent a huge message, because here's the thing: Trey Parker and Matt Stone are really smart guys.
Oh yeah.
They know what's up. I mean, they've been at the cutting edge of pop culture because they're able to churn those episodes out. Something drops in the world, memes or physical political events, they're able to comment on it within weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, South Park is an amazing, whether you're looking at Basketball, Book of Mormon, Orgasmo, Team America. I mean,
Cannibal the Musical, even.
Cannibal the Musical. These guys are amazing. Creative entities, and by the way, they are way, way, way smarter than Alex Kurtzman is.
Hell yeah.
Way smarter. And I look at Jenny Lumet, I'm like, I understand, babe. I whatever your relationship is, fine. And I loved your father's movies. I really do. But my God, please. I you know what? I wish that Star Trek was written as smart as South Park is.
Wow, what an analogy.
There you go. Maybe they should have let Seth.
Here's my
MacFarlane
quote.
Take it over.
I dream of a world in which Star Trek is written to be as smart as South Park is.
We do. It's called Orville.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'd be
It's
happy.
called Orville. That's the way I feel about it. That is my Star Trek now.
But I think it also speaks volumes to, from the viewer really being or understanding that what you're watching, the person who wrote it really loved it. And you can always tell this. So, they're not fooling anyone. I mean, I think that people look at this years from now and look at some of what's been made and just have the same feelings we have, because it wasn't done with love. You said that they would say, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the job. It's not anything I really care that much about, but I'll take the check.
Ironically, there's a caveat to that. And that is in the Star Trek world, and we always bring him up, and that's Nicholas Meyer. He was not a fan of Star Trek.
Right.
But what he didn't do was disrespect it, and he understood it and understood why it was important and got what it was, and he ran with it.
So he loved
someone who's smart.
But maybe not the genre.
Well, but he was, Nicholas Myers was also a novelist and a filmmaker. He was a classicist. He came from a family of musicians.
Right.
He was a very highly educated, very intelligent man. And
Yeah,
by
he
the
is.
way, lest we forget, and I love bringing this up, under the auspices of Alex Kurtzman, Nicholas Meyer wrote a 3-part Khan Noonien Singh miniseries. That's fucking, the scripts were incredible. I reviewed them on this channel, but I had to, take them down. And Nicholas Meyer himself contacted me and said he was laboring under the impression that they were going to make them still. And he said, why did you have to like spill the beans? I mean, I would have loved to have had people. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you wrote the second episode of Star Trek Discovery. You wrote the script. I haven't. Do you get credit for the second episode of Star Trek Discovery? Let's think. No, you don't. Mm-hmm. You don't, Nicholas Meyer. Alex Kurtzman and his ilk fucked you.
Did you actually say this to him, or are you just thinking this?
No, I didn't say this. I was
I was going to say, I want to hear his response to this.
No,
Jesus
I didn't.
Christ.
I'm like, you wrote, by the way, I will say this. In the 12 years since 2009, there are 2 Star Trek projects I've read that are great that have not been made. One was Eric Judwinson's Star Trek: The Beginning script, which was only a single draft, which was commissioned by Carey McCluggage after Enterprise went off the air. It was going to be the first of 3 Star Trek movies about the Romulan War. And Eric Judwinson was the supervising producer of HBO's Band of Brothers. The only reason it didn't get made was the studio regime changed. By the way, that should get made even today. The other project that I read that was great was Nicholas Meyer's 3-part Khan miniseries. It's fucking great. And you know what? It's amazing. Why didn't it get made? Because it's way better than anything the fucking people that have written Star Trek for the last 12 goddamn years have written. Because it's Nicholas fucking Meyer. Like, hello, from the director of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, comes the untold story of Khan's exile on SETI Alpha 5. Like, hello? Like, why the... Like, here's what I don't get. I don't care who or what you are. Those scripts were done. Hello, Paramount Plus. Want to make it rain? Fuck those people. Hire Nicholas Meyer, the man who made Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, which is generally considered to be the best Star Trek film. Yep. Just hire him outside of Secret Hideout. Right. Don't like here's what you do. Start healthy competition within the Star Trek franchise. I understand they probably own it, so they can't. Alex Kurtzman has to be a producer.
It's like an exclusive.
Whatever it is, like, let Nick. How about hashtag free Nicholas Meyer's Khan miniseries? Right. Done. Go do that right now. Go hashtag that right now, because it's really fucking great. And by the way, I should probably take those scripts and just put them on the internet. No, I won't do it. But I mean, because someone will be like, "Oh, Rob Burnett." But you know what?
I'll tell you.
The thing is, they're really good scripts. Here's what sucks: they're really good. Mm-hmm. So it would be like it would be a miniseries. They're written as 3 scripts, like 3 2-hour scripts, maybe like whatever. Turn it into a 6-episode limited Star Trek series for Paramount Plus, and let Nicholas Meyer direct it. Who's gonna lose? You know who's gonna lose? Alex fucking Kurtzman in Secret Hideout. You know why? Because it's better than the swill they churn out. Mm-hmm. And by the way, it's also good science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta ask you though, Robert. Have you ever met him face to face?
Yes, I was at. I haven't talked about this, but I've been on stage face to face interviewing.
Okay. Because here's my question: of all the people that I've talked to, and I mean, I haven't talked to the fraction you have, obviously, but I've talked to, Robert Shea and a few others, including Nicholas. Nicholas was the most intimidating person I ever talked to.
Now, how come?
I don't know why, but he felt like your father, and I did not want to disappoint him.
Well, yeah, because he's a very smart, learned man.
He came off as but it was kind of weird because he just like, I want you to read my book first. I'm like, all right, no problem. And then I got back a hold of him, and he, like, for a while he kind of just put me off, and then one day he's like, let's do it now. It was just like, okay. It was really strange, but he was just very and throughout the entire interview I could tell, and now in retrospect it makes more sense because he was probably under an NDA. But
by the way, I just called up the first script. It's called it's dated 11/26/17. It's actually called SETI Alpha 5, a Star Trek adventure. By the way, they'll demonetize me right now. This stream's going to be demonetized. Night 1, Exiles. I want to read it. Like, I do. I want to read the whole thing. I'm like,
don't disappoint Dad. Stop.
I know. I know. Oh, it's so good. I'm reading the first page of this script, and it's better than the last 12 years of Star Trek.
Well.
Gah, blah.
That's what happens when people write stuff that they love. He's writing work that that he loves. You can tell when a writer puts out something that is not, that they don't really care about. You can tell right away.
Oh, you can tell he really loved the character of Khan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Khan's Ahab. Khan's such a classical antagonist. And by the way, I should read. I don't want to get behind on these super chats. We got some super chats.
I wish to go on hurting you.
Robert, did we get any more super chats today?
I think you got a couple, yeah.
Yeah, we got some. So, Kinky Sphincter, first of all, started us out and say, all hail
I love that name,
Zephyr, Dame of Midnight Metal Chan. First of all, Zephyr Chan, who's been on the show with is delightful, such a delight, a great intellect, the second PhD candidate that the Burnettwork has attracted. I'm a huge fan of hers. She and I, we should do a show together, actually, with all of you. Anyway,
Did she send you a super chat?
No, but Kinky Sphincter said, all hail her. And by the way, Kinky Sphincter hung the name Dame of Midnight. She's now Zephyr, Dame of Midnight Metal Chan. The problem is, Dame seems old. But all right, I'll take that. It's fine. Justin Kelly, a.k.a. Pokemac, says, Clockwork Orange and Fight Club, films and books, discuss. I viewed and read Clockwork Orange when I was 13 and Fight Club at 25. What do you guys think?
Go ahead.
Can you repeat what he said?
Well, he talks about reading Clockwork Orange and Fight Club, comparing and contrasting the two. And I have to say, I think they're very different things.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I like Clockwork Orange much better than Fight Club.
I do too. No, look, I like Fight Club, but Fight Club's already incredibly dated. And Clockwork Orange is not nearly as dated as Fight Club. And I love Fight Club. I do. But it's such a product of its time. Mm-hmm. And Chuck Palahniuk, I read the book, and I liked the book a lot. But I don't think that Fight Club is nearly as smart. It's first of all, a beautifully made film. I mean, if you want to see it, again, you want to see a director's tour de force, David Fincher is like, my God, no one can touch him. There's so few directors that are worth watching everything they do. And he's one of them. And that film's an amazing film, but I don't think it's nearly as smart as Clockwork Orange. Neither the book or the movie. Mm-hmm. But because if you grew up in the era, I totally get where people are coming from. The disaffected men of the late 90s. I mean, in Fight Club, I get it, man. I get it.
You know what's funny is I should like Fight Club more because that's my generation's, but no, I'm going to go with Clockwork on that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Darth Plato says, if Kubrick had made his Napoleon movie, would it have been an epic or would it have been Kubrick's Waterloo? I see what you're doing there. The reason Kubrick didn't make Napoleon was pretty much because of the movie Waterloo, which bombed. But look, anything that Kubrick made was going to be great. And by the way, I do have the Toshin gigantic Napoleon book that has the script and all the artwork. I have the $1,000 version of it. It was $1,000, and it's amazing. And it would have been an amazing film, but instead, he took what he learned on prepping Napoleon, and he made Barry Lyndon. Right. And the real question is would Kubrick's have Napoleon? If he made Napoleon, he would never have made Barry Lyndon. And the answer to the question was, is Barry Lyndon better than Napoleon? And I would say,
yes.
I think it is.
Yes, it is.
I think it all worked out. As much as I'm sad that he didn't make the Napoleon movie, I think Barry Lyndon is a better movie. I love Barry Lyndon. Love it, love it, love it. Justin Bass became a member, or Bass, I don't know which one.
Hey, Justin.
200 Watt Studio says, very disappointed with the Blu-ray and the 4K color timing of Basic Instinct, T2, Aliens, The French Connection, etc. But you know what? I blind buy black and white films. Can't fuck up the color timing on those. By the way, speaking of that, I was going to bring this up on Let's Get Physical Media, but BFI announced The Seventh Seal in 4K. By the way, okay, so what 200 Watt Studio is saying, first of all, Basic Instinct was one of my most eagerly awaited 4K films, and it very much is timed into the teal arena.
What is it with Studio Canal? They get like every other release right.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the Carpenter releases, I thought they did a really good job on, and good on them for releasing those 4-disc sets again. But yeah, it's very much like again. I mean, I don't know why they didn't get Jan de Bont in the fucking color timing booth to. Now, I think it looks way better than Basic Instinct has ever looked on video. But it is shifted into the orange and teal space, which is a stylistic thing. And again, it's a stylistic thing based on our modern age. Look, movies should be color timed based on the movies that they are, not the movies people today want them to be. And again, that requires people that really know what they're doing at the post-production level. And while I think that there's a lot of people that they're making unilateral decisions about how these movies should be made, and I think that's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Honestly, I think the only reason the Carpenter movies turned out good is because Shout probably had something to do with those.
No, they didn't. The Studio Canal did those before Shout.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I will say,
maybe Shout got hold of the raw file or something. I don't know.
They did those Canal Studio Canal discs. The Fog. They did 4. And 5 was the thing.
Yeah, I've got them. I've got them. Well, I got the thing yet, but yeah.
They're amazing. I mean, Prince of Darkness, The Fog, They Live, and
well, those are great, but then like almost every one of their other releases has been so fucking either just like T2, and a couple of the other ones are just horrid looking.
Yeah, and I would say though that there's other reasons for that. I mean, again, it's here's the problem with. Look, you either have people in the color bay who know what they're doing, or you don't. And something like T2, I cannot believe that James Cameron. It is baffling to me that a guy like James Cameron has not released The Abyss, True Lies, or the other 2 films Lightstorm produced, Solaris and Strange Days domestically. It's unbelievable.
According to Bill Hunt, they're just waiting on him to sign off on them. But how the hell did he sign off on that T2?
He didn't. And what sucks is he probably didn't have control over it because the money.
I thought he supposedly does on all of his films except for like Terminator.
No, he didn't. He didn't sign off on that shit. He didn't deal with it, and that's problematic. I mean, he's too busy. But he certainly didn't do it. So yes, 200 watt studio. I think with Basic Instinct, it was a mixed bag, but it looks a lot better than it's ever looked. The teal thing is weird. I'm like, again, that's a modern stylistic trope, and what I don't like is when modern colorists are trying to impose modern color timing styles or fashion on older movies. Like, fuck you. Don't do that.
The only other movie I think he doesn't control is, from my knowledge, and I could be wrong, somebody correct me if I'm wrong out there, besides Piranha, obviously, Piranha 2, is Terminator, and he gave up his video rights, I think, for Titanic to get it finished.
Yeah, but he's still control. He's still.
I don't think. I'm wondering if he has to sign off on that one. Is my point. But the other ones, as far as I know, he has to sign off on the home video release.
Yeah, no, I think he probably doesn't with Terminator 2, but he'll come back to it. But it's just like a lot of filmmakers just want to move on. Stub McShave says, one thing I think is very sad is that George Lucas, who is the ultimate independent filmmaker, sold his life's work to the ultimate corporate studio. I wish he kept the IP and put people in place to do new movies under supervision. Dude, I agree with you. I mean, but even George Lucas, people get tired. They get older and they're like, I mean, we don't. We stay the same as audiences, but George Lucas, I mean, he's always put his money into education, and he's always done a lot of other things, philanthropy, and I think that's what he was most interested in. By the way, lest we forget, I mean, he made 3 Star Wars prequels, and we didn't exactly treat him very well.
That's true.
I We didn't. Although they've people like them, but we didn't do a very nice. We were not nice to him. So,
and I think he also got a bit. He got tricked by the devil a little bit.
Well, no, I think that from what I understand is you're reading things. George Lucas was going to put Star Wars on the chopping block to sell, and why not? Because he wanted to do other things. He knew he'd make money, right? And Bob Iger wasn't going to allow it to. No one was going to get Star Wars but Disney, and I think the real problem is like anything else. Star Wars was created in 1977. It's 44 years old, and it continues to inspire generations. But what you need is real filmmakers that are allowed to bring something to the property. Now Disney controls it, and they just want Star Wars. They don't want anything new or innovative or whatever. And what's bizarre is they tried that. For all of the people that don't like what Kathleen Kennedy did, she really tried to hire the younger, innovative directors to do some cool shit. Whether it was Lord Miller, whether it was Josh Trank for Boba Fett, whether it was Gareth Evans or Edwards, she did try, and it just didn't work out. And what was she left with? Josh Trank, that didn't work. Chronicle's great. Fantastic Four wasn't. Lord Miller gave him Solo, but they didn't, deliver. So what could she do? I mean, Star Wars is... The problem with Star Wars is Star Wars needs to be made by passionate people who love Star Wars, the way George Lucas did. You can't be a studio and just buy the property and expect it to work. I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's something to think about. I understand why Lucas sold the franchise, and he had it for a long time. And I think that his accomplishments, whether you love every single film he's ever made or not, can't be denied. His impact overall as a filmmaker, and his influence on science fiction, fantasy is commendable. I mean, he's, it's something we should be celebrating. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not that worried about the fact that he sold the franchise because I feel his accomplishments and the contributions he made, we're all benefiting from. In regards to his legacy, I don't think anything that anyone does from this point forward is going to change the legacy that I think he has left behind.
No, of course.
So to me, those are very important. And going forward, the powers that be are not going to live forever. So, just want to keep it positive and not necessarily even think about, there are some different groups in their circle, and I love The Mandalorian. So to me, that's as much as Star Wars as any other unit of Star Wars, and it's my favorite. I think that they're doing great. I like the Bad Batch. I like a lot of what they're doing there, and I'm staying positive because new people are going to come in, and we can't predict what's going to happen in the future, but I think that overall the majority of what's been produced in that franchise has been entertaining and fun, and looking at the books and everything. It's just, we're very lucky with that one. I think we're luckier there than we are, let's say, with Star Trek, so to speak.
No, look, I agree. I think Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni love the Star Wars universe. Mm-hmm. They love working within it, and they understand it, and they get it. The sequel trilogy, I think, does not. And I think that what's terrific now is that getting The Mandalorian, The Bad Batch, the Book of Boba Fett, the Ahsoka thing, they've tied in all of these. It's what should be happening, and I'm enjoying it. I mean, it might not be high art, but it is a lot of fun. I mean, there's a lot of, that episode where the Razor Crest crashed in the ice. I was just like, okay, you're pushing it.
That was for Baby Yoda fans. It wasn't for any of you guys. It's for Baby Yoda fans like me who love Baby Yoda and want to see him around and causing all sorts of mischief and
Yes.
like putting out wires. That was for us. It wasn't for anyone.
I get that, but I do like it. And I feel like they're giving fans what they want. It's good. I mean, I enjoy that. I mean, it's great.
Yeah.
Brett Cohen, by the way, says SC suck, but if someone broke into your house, then there be no problem, right? Let's get them scripts free, people. Just don't hurt RMB. SC suck. Brett, I don't quite know what SC suck is.
Okay.
But people breaking it.
South Carolina.
Thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, Brett. I only say that maybe you're more inebriated than me. I don't know.
It's okay,
200 Watt Studio, by the way, says Jan de Bont is in the documentary for Basic Instinct. Why couldn't they get him in the color timing stage? Arg. Look, 200 Watt Studio. You're right. I mean, to be honest, I try and delude myself, but the Basic Instinct 4K was a huge disappointment. And I love the Die Hard 4K. It was great, but it was really disappointing. And I'll flat out say it. And by the way, 200 Watt Studio goes on and says, I watched my Basic Instinct Laserdisc, and the first scene with Sharon Stone on the deck is worlds different than the 4K. The color timing with her should be cold as ice, not warm. The timing should be a Basic Instinct. See? Look, I agree with you. And the problem is the people working on it, they weren't there in 1992 when Basic Instinct came out. I mean, we're 30 or 29 years later. I mean, so people don't know. And unless you have a consultant or the actual cinematographer that goes on and goes, no one wants to pay for that. What they're doing is they're giving these colorists free reign to do whatever they want because they don't fucking care. They've gotten rid of everyone. I mean, the studios have, because it costs money. And what's interesting is they should be protecting the legacy, but they're not.
I mean, talent usually costs money, and you pay, high money or top dollar for talent. That's what the studios, used to invest in, having those go-to people who knew how to get the work done and do it the proper way. So, seeing that shift it's really disturbing. And the worst part about it is that we're going to have a whole generation of people who think that that's the norm. They think it's okay to just put in someone who may not be the right choice, not qualified, but just maybe not the right choice for that assignment.
Yeah, I mean, and which is problematic across the board. Justin Bass says, "Hello, everyone. Bass like the fish. Laugh out loud. I brought a housewarming gift. Search Sideshow in your email. It's party time, Rob." Ooh. Well, okay. If I search Sideshow, I'll get 100,000 hits. I mean, I'll go to my email. I'm like, oh my god, I don't even know what to say.
Order for has been received.
Yeah, I'm going to my email. I'm going to put in Sideshow. I mean, I don't even think you understand what I'm looking at here. I mean,
all the emails will come up.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Let me tell you, it says the first page is one of 50 of many. Hang on, let me just go down and see how many Sideshow emails I have. I'm just gonna go look. I'm gonna click through Sideshow emails and tell you how many I have because this should be fun. Okay, hang on, I'm still going.
We have one a week, so I can't imagine how many you're getting.
I'm looking. Let's see. Well, apparently. Oh wait, now it's loading up again. I have it says I have at least 600 emails from Sideshow that I have yet to. And by the way, the ones that came up are only they start. Oh, hang on. Okay, now we go even further. Let's go. 700, 750, 800, 850. And they're loading up now. By the way, these Sideshow emails, I have, oh, hang on, 900 of many. 950, 1,000 side, 1,050.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna keep going because I want to know how many sideshow emails have I received. Well,
It's not. Is it from? Do you have every single one, like from the past 10
oh
years?
yeah,
Or
probably. Oh wait, hang on, hold on. Here's a sideshow email from. All of a sudden, it stopped. Well, how odd! My sideshow emails stop at 1,150, and they stop at March 8th, 2020.
oh, interesting.
So
Well, maybe.
I'm like,
Well,
there's got to be more. Maybe they changed whatever it is that they do. But that's 1,150 emails from Sideshow in the last year and a half.
it's quite a bit. Well, they send you updates and things too, so it's not just orders, but you know.
Oh yeah, it's everything. Like, but that's a lot of emails. I should delete them all. 200 Watt Studio says, I have been watching a lot of black and white films. The cinematography is amazing. I'd like to talk to you about a Burnettwork show I would like to do. Well, you can. I'm still trying to figure out how to put people on live, which is becoming more problematic than I thought. Other people other than me, and letting them go live when they want to, and it's not as easy as I would have thought. So pre-recorded shows are better, but live shows are good too. I mean, it's more fun to interact with the community. So
Yes.
that's I've been dealing with that because of you and because of also Jeremiah, who wants to do. He's doing he's taken up the mantle of Midnight Metal. By the way, or the Midnighter. I think I'll do a Midnighter once a week, like maybe Wednesday night. I think I can handle that.
Okay.
Oh wait. 200 Watt Studio says, I've had a crap 36 hours, so I've been drinking Woodford Reserve whiskey. Glad you are alive. Well, here's the great thing about the Midnighter, Tom. Wouldn't you say that part of it is to bring joy to those who've had a bad week?
Absolutely. I think it's a morale booster, and it's coming together to talk about things that we love and keeping things positive. And also in regards to the Midnighter and maybe Midnight Metal, being able to speak to people from other countries or different time zones as well.
Yeah. I mean, we got 250 people here right now. That's pretty cool. I mean, all around the world.
Pretty badass.
The world. It's very Daft
I'm
Punk
basically
of you all.
like the norm of this YouTube community for a reason. I mean, I love being here. I love being a part of it. So.
Well, yeah, no, it's I
my
have to
life, literally. So, like, yeah.
I have to say, I mean, and by the way, you guys have embraced me at Midnight's Edge. I have to say, the letters and the comments that I get from people on this channel are pretty astonishing. And the way people have opened up, the way people like the Post-Geek Singularity community is great. Although there are some people that make it difficult, as in every community. And we have to deal with those too. But for the most part, it's been an amazing, like, I've been surprised. Like, when you turn on a camera and start talking, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, maybe people are like, fuck you, Rob. I don't give a full shit. Whatever. But people have embraced the community, which is great. And I think that the participation, by the way, we have another member chat tomorrow at noon. People who become members of the channel and I love having those chats with people. It's great. I love it. I think it's very, very cool and meeting people. And I didn't know Roberto Suarez. And the last time I went to Portland at the beginning of the pandemic to shoot, I'm going to Portland this month. I hope people don't freak out. I'm going to be gone for a week, the week of the 23rd of August. I'm going to shoot some more stuff for Crisis Medicine in Portland. So I'm trying to record interviews that I'm going to bank and drop them when I'm gone. And maybe people will watch them live and there'll be the live chat or whatever. But trying to do that. But between getting Tango Shalom ready and trying to do interviews and prepping this shoot in Portland, it's tough. It's hard. But the community is great. I love you people. You know what? We are all goof people. All of us. By the way, 200 Watt Studio says, had a crap. Oh wait, I already said that, but he also just said, I always appreciate you, Rob, and always says hello, and Tom
Hi, Watt
is
Studio.
always good to see. Well, you can't see Tom because we have his graphic, but I love this graphic. By the way, I think this graphic is fantastic. I love it.
I'd rather be the graphic.
Oh,
I'd rather you be graphic. Tell us more,
I
Tom.
don't like looking at myself.
oh, don't say that. Oh,
But we like looking at you.
yeah.
I like seeing you. Come on now.
This graphic is my truth.
Well, it's just, I just feel privileged to know everybody. And by the way, I wouldn't have known you throughout this channel or without this channel. And Tom, I was a Midnight's Edge viewer. Much less, I didn't know I'd be streaming with you, much less with celebrities. I mean, it's amazing what's happened in the last couple of years. The people that meet and the people that stream together and all that. It's pretty
I
cool.
agree. It's really fantastic and it's fun. I mean, it's wonderful getting to know everybody and participating and hearing their opinions, especially. I enjoy that a lot. So it's been great.
I do too. I mean, building the community, and it's funny because, for me, every stream's different. You never know what you're going to say. You never know what your mood's going to be, and I don't like that. So often people want to pigeonhole everybody. Well, that guy's this or that girl's that, or we're this way or we're that way. I'm like, no, man. Every day is a new adventure. Who knows what's going to happen when you start a stream? Who knows where it's going to wind up? Mm-hmm. It points the journey. It's all fun. I love you people. What do you mean, you people?
We love you too, Rob.
What do you mean, you people?
So good.
You mean the white baldies with the DVDs and the figures? Like
those guys, those arrested adolescents, those people. I don't understand why they like those plastic people that are fun to be with. Or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Your plastic pal who's fun to be with. They're all fun to be with, my God. I look at them all. I love them all. Although it's a little weird, but I still love it. I do not apologize. What are you going to say?
I think it's great that we can imagine a world where they do make figures for adults now, and and more and more figures are coming out, and third-party figures are coming out.
Oh, you can get a 1-to-1 scale love doll made of silicone.
Well, I wasn't talking about that, but some of the 1-to-1, like they have these really incredible life-size busts or 1-to-2 scale busts, 2-to-1 scale busts that are incredible. Like this is a great time to be a fan and to be able to get what you enjoy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I want a love doll. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's such a weird concept, but I'll do it. It's bizarre. Like I don't understand. Like the whole point of being with someone is it's like a dance. It's like a tango. They have to bring something. You bring something.
Well, there are going to be people who resort to that, and I can't fault them for that, because if that's what makes them happy and they need that for whatever reason, I can't fault them or shame them for that, because that might be the only thing that they have. So,
Wait a minute. 200 Watt Studio says Tom's graphic, and please take this in respect, looks like one of those CSI clay reconstructions of a skull with clay, trying to find out what the person looked like. Come on, dude.
I was going to say maybe Men in Black, like the cool suits that they wear, and they're kind of like really cool detective.
I actually think that's... Yeah, I like this graphic. To me, it like, I look at this graphic, he's like, really? Did you really just say that?
Is I was just talking about it in the chat with a couple of people. That's probably what prompted that super chat. But it's really funny because I love it. Everybody thinks it looks like somebody different. I have not had one person come and say it looks the same as somebody else that they think. Like, it's always somebody different. Even in the chat now, we got Jeff Bezos, We got a couple other ones. It's always somebody different. It's weird.
Jeff Bezos is in the chat.
No,
Jay
sure,
Nash brought
right.
that up.
Oh,
That's the first
I was
time
going to
somebody
say,
has
because
said
I was
that
going to
one.
ask him for the original model of the Enterprise from Star Trek and Motion Picture. I'm like, bro,
I said
can I
it
have
looks
that
like
shit?
every single person on a cooking show, on a reality show that judges, like everybody always has somebody different. It's never the same person twice. It's weird.
But see, that's the best thing is that that it spurs imagination, conversation. What's better than that? And
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
What's really interesting here? Here, let's try an experiment. Okay, so we're looking at your graphic, right?
Right.
So, just for fun, now we're looking at it. This is all perception. Now, if you really think about it, so we've got this, and I've got your graphic, yeah? So we're looking at, everyone, look at Tom's graphic, okay? Look at it right now. Look at it, look at it, look at it. And so now, and you all have your opinions about what it looks like and what it means and how you feel about it and all that, right? Don't you? Now, I would ask you, how does your perception change when it looks like this? Any different? What do you think? Do you still feel the same way? I mean, it's all about perception and perspective, right? I actually kind of like this. I'm like, yeah, I think he's judging me, but I want to earn his respect. Let's see where that takes us. I don't know where it's gonna go, but look at that. It's just a different vibe. I can change it back. Look at it. Those look like horn-rimmed glasses to me. I mean, he could be Clark Kent. You don't know. But for those of you, I'll be nice and I'll put it back. Actually, I'm gonna change it up even a little bit further and make it a little bit more of a headshot. Like if he was going to be an actor, it'd be like this. Look at that. Come on now. There's Tom. Please hire me to be on the next episode of SVU. Because why not? He's the killer. Would that be great? I've always wanted, I never want to be an actor, but I so want to be an actor on Special Victims Unit. I'd love that. I'd love to be I want to be the most notorious, horrible serial killer ever. Because if you're gonna, why not make a splash? Be kind of fun. No, oh, you're all being quiet. You're
I would love to.
Yeah, that'd be fun, Rob.
Well, I'm
You're all
watching what you're doing, but it's on a delay. So because I can't see what you're doing on my end. So yeah. So now I see it. Yeah. I'm more of a voice actor, but yeah, I would love to. I love to act too. It's fun.
Robert, have you seen Suicide Squad?
Yes, I have.
And what did you think of it?
It's wildly entertaining. I have to say, I think my favorite thing in the movie. So I'm a huge Justice League fan, and one of the things about Suicide Squad, I cannot believe, and leave it to James Gunn, that Starro was a antagonist. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a scene. I was wondering in the movie, are they going to explain where Starro came from? And there's a bit. It's a small bit. And it explain. It does. They do. And I'm like, when I got the movie's a lot of fun, but when they got to that scene with Starro, I literally, my jaw hit the floor. I'm like, I can't believe this movie exists. I honestly cannot believe. As a lifelong DC fanboy, I love the fact that James Gunn was like, I'm gonna put Starro in this movie. One of the dumbest, silliest, but also creepy at the same time. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I never thought that. I'm just saying, I really kind of loved Suicide Squad. I don't think it's great, but I loved it because it's so wacky and fun and unexpected and weird and all these things that I watch. I'm like, how can you not love this crazy, subversive, ultra-violent, sexy, like, I mean, I never thought that I would ever see a DC movie where somebody has a sex scene and then just fucking kills their lover. I'm like, wow. Like, I couldn't believe yeah, so I enjoyed it.
I loved it. There were so many things that I liked. That star. Something about it reminded me of Ghostbusters because where he has to pick a symbol of what he wants the creature to look like, and of course he picks the soft marshmallowy guy. But it was entertaining. It had action in it. It was goofy. There's sex scenes in it. There's relationships between a father and a daughter. I thought Viola Davis played she was badass and had such a bitch in it. It was great. Like she was like, he's done, and I was like, there was so many. I kept laughing spontaneously through it from different parts that I wasn't expecting to laugh at, which hasn't happened in a long time.
I love Viola Davis. She's like, you have no idea what I'm capable of. But we talked about on the John Campea show today. There was when Anawe, our King Shark, that one scene, and this to me, we talked about why do James Gunn's movies like Guardians, why do they work? Why do people like them? Right. And there's that one scene where King Shark is looking out the bus window. And they have his point of view, and the bus is driving by a building, and there's all these people hanging out. You can see in the alleyway, the light, the sodium vapor light is shining down on a couple that's making out in this like alcove, and you see that King Shark, and he that's what he's fixated on. He's like, I just wish I was a normal dude with a girlfriend that could kiss me in the alleyway. And it's never said, but he does it visually, and you're like, I love this. And that's why the movie works, because, I don't want to say what happens. Michael Rooker, who is introduced as being a stone-cold killer.
Right.
Tries to save a life, and he can't. And he's regretful of it, and that's character building. I was like, I love that.
Well, even the part where, and this is kind of not a huge spoiler, but it is a spoiler, where King Shark sees the aquarium,
right?
And I'm like, who thought of to put this in here? These fun
James
elements. Gunn. It didn't have to be there, that didn't have to be in the film, but it was put in there to enhance the film. And, like him sort of looking around at these creatures that are in there, and this, I just thought it was like, they just thought about so many enhancements in the film that made it feel satisfying. Sometimes you see films like this and it feels like it's missing something, or it needed a little bit more. And I didn't feel that way with this film. I thought for what it's supposed to be, it delivered.
Well, it knows. Oh, sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no! I was just saying I agree with you guys so far, pretty much. You guys have been going. I didn't want to interrupt.
By the way, Stubble McShave says Tom is Kaiser Soze. I can't speak to that, but
according to some, I am. I guess I'm not going to get into that though. So yeah,
Tom is Tom.
I'm the most boringest dude in the world. Like you guys know what I do 24/7. You see it.
Yeah, but you know what? You do put on toxic femininity. I'm like, how do I get in on that? Come on, man. What's up?
Oh, all you gotta do is ask, man.
No, but I mean, I want to produce a show with lovely ladies who are smart and have great opinions and all that. How do I, what do I do? I have, I can do that, but I feel, could I get away with it? Like,
Yes,
I
good.
mean, to me, is the leader of Charlie's Angels, but I don't have the
Oh,
angels.
wow. Thank you. I like that.
You like that? I
Yes.
mean, if you were Charlie's Angels, would you be? And by the way, it has to be old school. So would you be Holly? What were the? I don't even remember.
I don't remember. I'd probably be what's the one with the brown hair? Burnett.
Well, there's Kate Jackson,
Uh-huh.
Farrah Fawcett, and there's
The other one.
Jacqueline Smith.
Yes, that's the one I'd probably be.
You'll be Jacqueline Smith. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
It could be Robert's Angels.
Oh my God. Well, then I'd have to be faceless, and I you wouldn't see me. But, hello, angels. It's me, Rob.
Hello, Robert.
That's actually hilarious. We should do a show called Rob's Angels.
I'd be fine with it.
Rob's Angels, and you would never see my face. I'd just be disembodied, and
That's
it'd be
kind
the
of how
three
I
of you.
started doing that shit. That was kind of the original gimmick, but it just
That's it. Well, there you go. By the way, 200 Watt Studio. 200 Watt Studio. I appreciate the support, but buddy, I hope you're not drinking too much and like just sending me all. By the way, sign over your house to me tonight. That'd be great. 200 Watt Studio says, with the bone structure, we added a layer of skin with clay, and we have him with glasses and without facial hair can be provided. Cue Who music. Do I have to take off my glasses and go? Ah, and then of course cue the CSI Miami, right?
yeah.
I love it. So good.
And you know what other film I saw this week, Robert, that has been getting a lot of buzz is Val Kilmer's new documentary.
It's out. I mean, I didn't know it was out. I heard it today. How is it?
It's incredible.
Wow.
You know, Val Kilmer he's an artist, he's an auteur, but most of all, he's, you know, just such an incredible person. And I think that the documentary reflects just the beauty of this man. He's truly a remarkable individual, and I think that his documentary promotes the arts. I think it promotes becoming an actor and the importance of, you know, working at your craft. And you know, clearly he has had challenges through his life, but it's celebratory, and I think it's absolutely a beautiful documentary. He unfortunately has had cancer and is recovering, and he's unable to speak properly, but his son helps to narrate the documentary.
He sounds just like him.
He sounds just like him. And you know, you can see that there are two peas in a pod. You know, father and son together during the documentary and their interaction. And Val really is just incredibly creative. And you know, I think he's still, you know, thank goodness, from what I understand, a good portion of his recovery, you know, is you know, on its way, and perhaps he's, you know, not in sort of like still in a very bad stage.
Right.
But you know, I hope he has many years ahead of him, because I could see him, you know, creating even more work with what he has, because he said that he has reels and reels and reels of video and all different sorts of things. And I think it would be interesting, you know, for him to just work from his library and share a lot of that with us.
I mean, he's incredible. I mean, I think back to some of my favorite Val Kilmer performances. Real Genius is one of my favorite 80s comedies. I mean, I loved him in that. I loved him in The Doors. I loved him in Top Secret. I mean, he was an incredible Tombstone.
Yes.
You know, he'll always be my Huckleberry.
Yeah.
I mean, I love him. He was an incredible actor. Really an incredible actor. So
yes, and he you know, I think very uniquely paints a picture that we all secretly want to see. You know, I'm not an actor, you know, but I want to know everything about what they see behind the scenes. I want to know what it was like to be on set with Tom Cruise and Anthony Edwards and what it was like to be, he mentions that he got the role because he was in contract with the studio and had to do the role. But I don't care. I just want to see all of the, like the video of these, young men running around on the stage and sets and everything that goes on around him. And one thing that I was going to say is that the filming of Tom, what's the film? The one. The film where the one where they're hunting them.
The Ghost in the Darkness.
Ghost in the Dark, yeah.
Am I saying the right one? Where he did with Marlon Brando.
Oh no, that's Island of Dr. Moreau.
Dr. Moreau.
Okay, thank you. We've heard a lot. We've heard so much about, what went on behind the scenes and how, there's huge documentaries on how things went bad. But he doesn't, sort of hit the nail over the head. Actually I think what I got from it, although it may not be his intention, was that he just really wanted to work with Brando and kind of missed out on the opportunity, because of, creative differences. So I think that that's kind of interesting because, you invest a lot of time in your craft. It doesn't matter if you're an actor or a writer, producer, director, whatever it is. And sometimes you think that you're going to have a certain experience on the set and you think you're going to have a certain outcome, and you want everything to come together and work out a certain way. And sometimes that just doesn't happen. But he is the type of person that looks like the bright side of life. But
okay,
it's not the same.
Hang on.
Yes.
I mean, I want to believe that, but there's also like director John Frankenheimer's side of making
yes, there is.
Island of Dr. Moreau. And here's what I've learned. Here's a truism. Mm-hmm. I love great actors. There's nothing better than working with great actors. But the problem is actors work the least amount of time on a movie or a TV show. Yes. They roll in, they do their part, and they leave. Sometimes, as in certain movies I've worked on, it takes years to get them finished. The actors might have shot for 5, 10, 20, 15, whatever days, and they leave. And it takes you 5 years to clean up the pieces. And then when you finally go to the red carpet premiere, the actors are the only people anyone wants to talk about. And I understand they're the face of the project. That's human nature. But those actors, they don't have any understanding of how much work goes into the rest of the process. And that's fine. Perhaps they shouldn't. But sometimes it gets a little annoying. So John Frankenheimer is dead, but I would love to have heard Val Kilmer and John Frankenheimer talk to one another at the same time.
They do in the documentary, and I'm going to let you be the judge of what you see in the documentary,
right.
Robert. I'd love to get your opinion on it.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they talked.
They have a conversation in the documentary, and I'm not going to.
I'm already in. I can't. I already want to see this, but now that you told me that, oh my God, I can't
short
wait.
Conversation. I mean, it's not the whole documentary.
No, I just want to see one exchange. I don't. If they never said anything, I can't wait to see this now because I love John Frankenheimer. Love him.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And what I was going to say is that. He has taken a lot of, what we would call for that time period would be called home video. It wasn't at home, but, we used to call it home video, for all practical purposes. He wasn't shooting it off of his phone or live streaming it.
Right. Well, no, he had a camera,
he had a camera
with tape.
And apparently, that's part of the discussion, in the documentary with him and the director. So, I think what's interesting about it is that it's preserved forever. And in 2021, we get to see all of it, or at least what we're being shown. And it certainly is interesting to see, because I love seeing all this behind the scenes stuff. I love to see actors sort of just sitting around and hanging around. And I also like to see the crew. I like to see the directors. I like to see all of that stuff that, of course, is not part of the film. It's the making of that you don't always get to see.
Right.
We also got a chance to see, his relationship with his family and all that stuff. But I think that anyone can benefit from seeing this documentary, and I don't think you'll be disappointed, Robert.
I can't wait. No, where is it? Where is it streaming? Amazon?
It's Amazon Prime.
Okay.
I didn't know it was out then.
Yes, it is.
Tomorrow.
I believe it is included in Amazon Prime as part of
By the way, Tom, it is tomorrow.
You know what I mean.
I know. I'm gonna watch it. I can't
for
wait.
20 minutes.
I know, right? I've got to For those of you who watch this channel, for members, we have a bi-weekly membership conversation, which, by the way, I love. So if you're a member of the channel, we have these conversations that some of them have gone on for 5 hours. Tomorrow, no, I can't do that, but because I have a show to do. But it's amazing to talk to everyone. It's, here's the funny thing. Like, you just told us about this documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it amazing? Like, I am constantly amazed that we flip a switch, turn on cameras, and we're talking to people all around the world.
We certainly are.
I mean, isn't that... Talk about Animal House. Isn't that great? I mean, it's amazing.
It is amazing. It is amazing. And, it's really become a dominant form of communication now. People don't necessarily like to make phone calls, but they'll stream or, do video conferencing or something like that.
Yeah.
So, and I hope it surpasses text. Perhaps it won't, but I think there's so much that you can misinterpret in a text, but you can understand more when you see someone's face. So, it is needed, that eye contact, or that, for all practical purposes, when you're having a private conversation, you need to have that eye contact. And
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah. So.
Well, listen, kids, before we let this go, we were talking about ending it at like 2 or 3 hours.
Yes.
I loved tonight. I loved it.
Oh, I loved it too, Robert.
Why don't we just stop it now?
All right, then.
Go to bed. And I would say to both of you, first of all, I have to say thank you to Darren Seeley and the Richard and all of my great blue wrenches for being moderators. And
thank you for your chat people.
Amazing. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Tom from Midnight's Edge for coming here. And
thank you for having me.
Tom, it's always a pleasure to have you.
You always make me look good. By the way, tomorrow night on Midnight Metal, we have a very special guest, Dave Parker and I. We have Victor Garcia, who is a film director. He's Spanish. He's from Spain. He and I were in Sitges 10 years ago. We had so much fun.
Wow.
When Femme Fatales was there. It was incredible. So he's coming on tomorrow. And,
Fatale was in Sitges?
What? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know. Oh, you didn't tell me.
Oh, okay. So for those of you who don't know, you might know I directed 5 episodes and edited them of this Cinemax series, Femme Fatales, that I've told has been buried because of our Me Too moment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here you can get it on Blu-ray, not Blu-ray, a DVD. So. Yes, it was a late-night Skinemax show, but it had a shared universe and all that. It was I did direct 5 episodes of it. But in 2011, the Sitges Film Festival that I've been going to, my favorite film festival in all the world, science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Free Enterprise had its world premiere there in 1998. We went there, and they showed episodes of Femme Fatales before their movies. And it was amazing. And so Victor Garcia, who I knew was directing movies for Silver Pictures, he came out there because he was from there. And one of the girls that starred in the movie had a let's call it a friendship with Victor. And so we were all hanging out, and it was amazing. I mean, it was amazing because the Sigis audience understood what Femme Fatales was. And unfortunately, in this day and age where people would rather talk about gender than actually exploring gender with their tongues, I don't know where we're at. So Femme Fatales has gone away. But anyway, what can I say? So tomorrow night, Victor Garcia, who's directed many, many movies, who is an incredibly nice guy. And he apparently, Dave told me that he does amazing Hot Toys action figure photography.
Oh,
that
wow.
I can't wait to see. So, yeah. So tomorrow night, another different Midnight Metal show.
Sounds great.
So there we go. By the way, 200 Watt Studio can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Says the history that Frankenheimer had. He was in live TV, an amazing filmmaker. Can't wait to hear his conversation with Val, knowing what I know about that shoot. Also, I don't give a fuck about tonight's money. I needed it. Well, 200 Watt Studio, let's just say, let's take a moment. Clearly, 200 Watt Studio needs a moment where we can give him some love back. He is
Thank
a
you.
foundational member of this community. I'm sorry. Would you like to say something to 200 Watt Studio?
Yes, just thank you so much for supporting the show. And, you know, we care about all you guys in the chat and super chats, and we're listening. And, you know, this channel, actually the show, it means a lot to hear your opinions and that you enjoy what we're talking about. And, you know, we love you guys. So, it's great to be here.
Tom, 200 Watt Studio is clearly having a bad day. You've had bad days, right?
Lots of times, yeah.
So the thing is, 200 Watt Studio is sitting here tonight. He's been here. He's been participating. And I feel that we need to give him something extra. Something, a little push, a little encouragement. Is there any words of wisdom you can throw out over the internet to 200 Watt Studio? Because I think what he needs to hear is something that only we can provide.
Well, if it wasn't for you, 200 Watt Studio, and people like you in the chat, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be doing what we are doing. And just remember, you're always somebody's reason to masturbate.
Wow.
And that is always...
now here's I perhaps think that's
I hope I made
actually
him laugh with that at least.
I hope, but by the way, that's not wrong. That's not wrong. But I would say this to 200 Watt Studio. Here's the thing. You know, I think all of us, we do what we do, we like what we like, most of us spend our lives, our interests don't change. You know, we love what we love, and we express the interests the way we express them. And one of the big bummers of life is when our significant others or the people we care about, you know, we're putting ourselves out there. We're saying, hey, man, I love this stuff. And then the people around us, the people that we love, are like, whatever, dude. You know, and we're like, I don't expect you to love it, but I do. and I just want you guys and girls and people and just understand that this means something to me. You don't have to know what it means. And I know from my own life so many times when stuff that other people might find ridiculous, but I become passionate about it. It means something to me. There's nobody I can talk to. There's nobody like if we feel something and it means something to us, And I feel like 200 Watt Studio is like where I was. I could be sitting in a fucking lawn chair in the backyard, you know, listening to the crickets, and I've got my snifter of great brandy, and I'm like, why don't they understand why I hate Star Trek Discovery? Why is there anybody? And the thing is, you feel alone because it matters to you. You feel alone, and people are like, well, Rob, who gives a fuck? Don't watch it, or just go back and watch the old shows. I'm like, you don't understand. It's part of a legacy. It's my entire life. People have plussed it. They've added to it. I've got encyclopedias of the starship designs, and this fucking bunch of ne'er-do-wells have ruined all of that. My fictional starship lineage. You made Star Trek 09 the ugliest fucking Enterprise. What the fuck is up with those warp nacelles? Fuck you! And
it looks like they used an erector set to build it. Like, it's so interesting.
And 200 Watt Studio is sitting there, and he's feeling just like I do. He's sitting there in a chair, and he's like, I understand. These are flights of fancy. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Just one person understand. 200 Watt Studio, I fucking understand. Yeah. I'm sitting here with you understanding why the fuck do people allow this shit to happen. And I don't mean like that. Like, I can't even say, I want to be funny, but I can't because I don't want to upset anyone. Somebody would be upset with what I was just about to say, even though it took place 100 years ago. I just want to say, man, 200 Watt Studio, we're here with you because we just want cool shit that's awesome.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's it. There's the next T-shirt. I just want cool shit that's awesome.
I think it's a valid request.
That's it.
TM it.
That's it. And you know what? And the opposite shirt would be, your shit sucks, and it's decidedly unawesome.
Right.
Well,
I know you can't say it. It's all subjective, right?
And that's what I was saying up front. You know, before I was just goofing around to make 200 Watt laugh. But no, that's the great thing about this, and that's my point exactly, Robert. Is I love it that I can sit here and talk to you and people in the chat about things we love, and they understand why we love it too.
Yes.
Oh, hang on. I gotta say now, Justin Bass sends in a super chat and says, Rob, I'm going to send you the order number Twitter DM. I'm the Moon Knight speculator. Thank you for acknowledging my excitement. Nice meeting everybody, and I will see you. Let me just say, I got to say, Justin has, for whatever reason, God bless you, sir, he went Moon Knight crazy. And he's been acquiring CGC slabbed Moon Knight comics. He's gotten some great issues. And so Justin, I just want to say, like, I don't always know, like, some people, like, say, I'm this guy. I'm like, oh my God, I talked to 150 people. I want to give everyone the time of day. But Justin, since you announced yourself, and I'm like, oh my God, you, my friend, have some key Moon Knight legendary books. But here's the thing, he sent me this shit, and I'm like, I wouldn't sell that. I'm like, I'd keep that shit. And I'm thinking because he slabbed them, he probably doesn't. It's probably not something he has to do to make his house payment. But by God, Justin, your Moon Knight collection fucking rules. Just saying, don't sell it. Just keep it. Just keep it. Just hang it on the wall.
Maybe he has another copy.
It could be, but his shit's dope. Echo Based Network. Look at this. Coach and Nick do this.
Hey, Coach and Nick.
Thoughts on Cobra Kai season 4 trailer? I have not seen it. I didn't know. Have you seen it, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't give us much as far as like what's going to be in the show. It's a lot of kind of build up. But we did get a few, or at least one leaked shot from one of the episodes, and I'm pumped. I know
it's such a good show.
It's my favorite new show. It's amazing. It's everything I always wanted something to be like. To me, it's the blueprint. It's like if you want to know how to revitalize a franchise, go to that series and take notes, because that's how you do it. Everything is important. Nothing is too silly in the past. And not only that, it takes itself seriously and not so seriously at the same time. It's a brilliant balance. It was able to take, the initial story, not make fun of it, but also look at it from a different point of view, and then build upon that and introduce new characters. And at the same time, it is one of the most progressive and diverse shows out there, but never gets noticed for it.
I agree.
Because I love the shot that we got was basically the Karate Kid teaching the new Karate Kid.
Amazing.
It was just, is Daniel and Miguel just standing there, it was awesome.
Well, what's great about it is it's like, imagine every one of us, our online movie pundit fandom, gets the keys to the kingdom, and we get to make the perfect show. We get to go delve into the legacy of what we loved from 37 years ago or whatever. Exactly. It's amazing. By the way,
it goes along with what I was just going to say. It goes along with what Arden says about getting people who love these franchises. These guys obviously love, as much as I do, if not more, all of the Karate Kid films.
Like, oh my God. They love them.
Love what they wrote. They don't have to love the franchise. Love what they wrote.
Yeah.
But not just that. They obviously love the films.
Yeah,
this is where this shows through, on a different level than any other franchise. And this is what should be done with Star Trek and anything else that you're trying to do.
I agree.
And run with it. Like Creed is another one you constantly bring up too, R&B, and I agree with you for the most part. I think Cobra Kai does it even better, though.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And by the way, I stream with a Critical Drinker, and we talked about Creed. I'm a huge fan of the Critical Drinker. Huge. Mm-hmm. I don't agree with him all the time, but I do think his analysis of story is really spot on. He's a very smart guy, and it's great. By the way, this is a total change of. Bunyan Snipe, one of our moderators, said, "Can we please get back to talking about sex?"
Yes, we can.
So I
want to continue to talk about sex.
So I mean,
subject. One wants to talk about it.
Yeah, wants to talk about sex. So I would like to throw, like, it's Midnight Metal. So here's what I find great and funny and strange about sex. So human sexuality, the actual act of sex, like literally the penetrative act, is designed for one thing. It's designed for procreation. But because human beings are sentient, we decided, well, sex feels really good. And because we're self-aware, we then are like, well, we don't just have to have sex to procreate, right? We can just, why not do it every day? Or why not? So cut to our sexuality. And our sexuality is, by the way, creative, imaginative. Like, even though in a Star Trek episode by any other name, I don't understand why you human beings, what's so great about the sex act? And Kirk shows her what's up. Shows Kalinda, let me show you what it is. And she's like, oh. Actually, by any other name was Wink of an Eye. It's not Kalinda. It's Barbara Boucher, and who's very hot. In by any other name, and Kirk shows her what's up. So I ask you, because people want to talk about sex, I would ask you this question. So as a dude, and I know nothing about your sexuality, so I'm just saying, let me be open about that. I don't know, but I'm going to ask you. My presupposition is, and this is for all the dudes out there. If you're a girl, a woman, whatever, and you're with a guy, and you assuming you're in a heterosexual courtship, if you're a guy and you your first kiss, do you, based on that first kiss, do you make an assessment about that guy based on how he kisses you, and could that torpedo a relationship?
Wow, that's an interesting question, because as you know, I do like to speak about sex and sexuality, and I mainly keep it to conversations about sex and sexuality in cinema. Now, if we're going to talk about sex and sexuality in relationships, which I'm fine to do, I can say that, of course, anybody, when you kiss someone, whether whoever it is, you're absolutely going to be, seeing how you personally feel about them, and then you would take it from there. I mean, if you're already at a point of kissing, something's going on. So,
Sure.
There's that intimate connection, and it may lead to more things. But yes, you absolutely are assessing the person as yes during that time, and you should be. Sometimes you can kiss someone and it doesn't feel right, for whatever reason, like
totally.
maybe. So if that happens, it's okay. Just like maybe we should just be friends or whatever. But if it feels great and the other person has the same feeling and you want to continue, that's the assessment. But there should be some kind of communication. It shouldn't just be like you go along for the ride, or you're not communicating with that other person. There has to be some sort of interaction.
Oh, look, 100%. I've always believed that a first kiss, that's your Rubicon. If you fail in that task, you're done. I mean, you don't get a second chance. I think a first kiss is the basis of Western civilization. And before you scream and yell, "Oh, come on, Rob, hyperbole." Nope. I don't think so. Empires are built on a good first kiss. And here's what I would say. You know what sucks for dudes?
What is it?
Nobody teaches us how to kiss.
Oh, I see. Well, you need to find someone to practice with. That's
it's not even about practicing. We don't even understand the philosophy behind a good kiss. We don't even. Nobody teaches us, and I know it's hard.
No, Rob's right. I get what he's saying. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. The same way, if you want to be a cunning linguist, who teaches you that shit? Because dudes, you can't trust them.
No.
Because half of them don't know what the fuck they're doing, and girls are never going to tell you anyway. So
honestly,
we're left in the cold, man. Men, I would posit we want to learn.
But ultimately, your partner, whoever it is, should be showing you what they like.
Okay. That's
true.
In a perfect world, I agree with you. But the thing is, the only way someone's going to be your partner is if they make a good first impression.
Well, allow me. I think what you're getting to, Rob, and I think that might help better explain it, is I think we all needed somebody. A lot of men don't have this, and they need somebody to express the importance of the first kiss. That's something we're never ever really instilled with.
Well, let me tell you right now, kids.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, a first kiss is your best an upper persuasion to a lower invasion. So it must be fucking good. You must figure this shit out, sons and daughters. Make sure your first kiss, you bring your finesse game. It's the playoffs.
Like I'm saying, it's going to be different for everybody. Every girl's going to want to be kissed differently, I'm sure, by a man or a woman.
Yes, but that's part of it. You have to understand how they want to be kissed.
Exactly. I think you're hitting the nail on the head, though, and I think that's the main problem is, we're taught certain things about sex, and we're, the dad will have that talk with us sometimes if you're lucky enough to be in that situation.
Not when you have OnlyFans and Pornhub and RedTube.
Unfortunately, we're in a world where, it's not as important as it used to be. But look at how the entire story of Snow White is built on that first kiss.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I also think that one of the reasons, this is kind of maybe somewhat of a spoiler in the Suicide Squad, why I liked the film so much was when Harley is, and of course her relationship, that's not a relationship, that was an encounter. She didn't really have a relationship with this person, but he's talking to her, and I guess he's trying to persuade her to do something.
I love you. You're an American revolutionary. And
she just kind of looks at him and she's like, "Oh my God, you're so hot. I don't even care what you have to say." And she just kind of jumps his bones. I mean, that's sort of like a fantasy scenario where, they give her this perfect looking man or a very attractive man in her eyes. And she doesn't even hear what he has to say. She just literally jumps his bones, and it's actually almost hilarious. It's almost hilarious in the sense of, the level of satisfaction that she's getting. This is her level of satisfaction is like it's at max. It's at the maximum. Like they're knocking down like $1 million vases and setting the mansion on fire. It doesn't matter. Like if you can be so into somebody in that way, that's what we're all trying to achieve, is that level. Maybe not in that way, but ideally that's the level you're trying to achieve. It's highly unrealistic. I mean, to do something like this, but she decided to kiss him first. She was the one who initiated that kiss.
But
she really jumped his bones, and it made me laugh. Like, I had to laugh at that because there are times when you want to do something like that, but it just may not happen. So it was just very funny, and I liked that scene a lot.
It was great. I loved it too. Now, this is very interesting. So, 200 Watt Studios says, be as good to each other as you can. Sometimes friends of decades that you thought knew you suddenly show you they don't. It sucks. Be good. Be yourself. And then he says, anyway, sorry to hijack the show. 200 Watt Studio, you can't hijack Midnight Metal. The fact is, what's fucking metal about the show is you are feeling some shit right now, and that's what you've expressed what's going on in your head right fucking now. There's nothing more goddamn fucking metal than that. So don't ever apologize for how you feel. And by the way, you're not wrong. I mean, I think what's really interesting about people today is what's strange. Even I can only go by myself. Like, one day I'm doing nothing, and the next day 25 things I have to do. Yeah. I'm suddenly like, I have to make the invitations for film premiere, and I have to do 3 different versions of a goddamn movie and make files for the MPA to make sure they rate all 3 of them. You never know what you're gonna have to do. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, what is most important, I think what's most important to life, is you have to enjoy the process.
Yes.
You have to, because half the time the process sucks. But what's interesting about the process is there's direction. It points you somewhere. And you're like, well, this is going to suck, but I have to get it done. And when you do get it done, you get to be like, yes, it's finished. Thank God. By the way, do you both have any advice for Kinky Sphincter? Pardon me, for 200 Watt Studio. Kinky Sphincter is next. I'll get to that. But what do you think about
in regards to how to kiss someone?
No, don't say that yet. That's coming up. That's Kinky Sphincter. 200 Watt Studio.
200 Watt was like, I responded to him about the whole friends thing. Like, yeah, man, that's.
What do you think? You have friends for a long time, and they show you they're not your friends.
It's the worst, man. And we've all dealt with it in one way or another. Sometimes even more recent than others, and it's one of those things you have to deal with, and it sucks, especially when somebody means more to you than you do to them too. It also sucks.
And sometimes you can be close, like you can be close to someone for a certain period of time, and then not so close to them in certain times of your life.
Yeah.
So that you have to adjust to that too, unfortunately.
It ebbs and flows. Mm-hmm. But you know what the important thing is? The most important thing is always be true to yourself. Don't change who you are to appease other people. Mm-hmm. Because who you are is not wrong. It's not wrong. Who you are is who you are. And you've been forged. Imagine life itself is a forge, and you are a fucking piece of Valerian goddamn steel. And your life has forged you into who you are. And the fact is, we're like, I want to make them like me or whatever. Fuck that shit. You know what? You are who you are, and you, 200 Watt Studio, you have no apologies to make to anyone.
That's right.
At the end of the day, you are a fucking blade of Valerian steel. Everyone wishes they wielded you. gosh, I don't know what that analogy means, but it sounds fucking great to me. I'm like, okay. But I believe that. I mean, every single individual is, other people don't know you as well as you know yourself. So just be yourself and fuck all those other people. That said, I really want to know answer this one. Kinky Sphincter says, what's a good kiss? Pointers Rob, more info always helps. Well, listen, I can pontificate all you want, but that doesn't mean shit because I'm always the person trying to kiss a girl well. So the only person that can answer this question with any authenticity at all is so I ask you, you've heard what Kinky Sphincter asks, and I want you to go into just some minute detail. What makes a good kiss?
It's not so much as the technique, and I always say just start slow. Don't go for
Are you saying don't sweat the technique for you Eric B. and Rakim fans?
Don't do what our dear Harley Quinn did. That's definitely not what you want to do for your kiss, because that might come across as if you don't care. The point of a good kiss is that the person feels the same way you do when you're kissing them. So, it's like if at any point you're feeling that they're not into this, or that person is not returning the favor or whatever, then you shouldn't be kissing them. So, but if they do feel the same way, like if you both have that loving feeling when you're kissing, that's a good kiss. So, whether it involves tongue or not is irrelevant. And a kiss doesn't have to be like two people kissing mouth to mouth. Just a good kiss in general, even if the person is kissing you on the cheek and you can tell that they have that reaction to you. Or wherever they're kissing you. All
right.
So I just have to be clear about that, because I don't want you to think it's just mouth to mouth kissing, or it doesn't solely apply to that.
Okay, hang on a second. So since, let's face it, the predominant audience of this channel is men, so we don't normally get to hear this from you. What is a faux pas? What is something that would kill a good kiss for you?
About the only thing that would kill it is not stopping when a person asks you to stop.
Well, yeah, but man, if you get asked to stop when you're kissing, man, you fucked up big time.
No, it doesn't mean you messed up. It just means that the person doesn't feel the same way. It doesn't mean you messed up.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. So, Kinky Sphincter did say, pointers Rob, more info always helps. So I mean, I had when I was a younger man, I had technique. I mean, I had things I did.
You had form.
Things I did. Well, no, I had thing. No, I had a patter, a pitter. I don't know what did I have. It wasn't like a line. Yeah, I had a modus operandi that I would implement, and let me ask you this. So, here's how I would, like, if I decided to kiss a girl or not. First of all, my first impulse after a date, you never kissed a girl on the first date, no matter what. You never did. You never did, and you never did. But because if you did that, I always felt that it put too much expectation on the girl. You're not allowing her to have her opinion.
Right.
At the end of the night, you're imposing yourself. You're imposing you on her, and that's not fair. So my whole thing was at the end of the first date. And by the way, it had to be a good first date, and everyone knows what a good first date. It's flirty, it's funny, it's great, it's fine. So at the end of the night, you walk your lady, and by the way, I can only speak as a heterosexual man. I feel the need to clarify that. So I'm going out with a lovely lady. We've had a great first date, and you walk her to the door, and she's sitting there going, in her mind, it's either he's going to try and kiss me or not. She's either dreading it or she's welcoming it. There's something, either way, something's going on, and you won't know.
Mm-hmm.
You won't know. So that's why I say remain neutral. Don't kiss a girl on the first date.
I think that's good advice.
Yeah.
Very good advice.
But what you do is when you walk her to the door, and if you guys have had a great time, you look her straight in the eye, and you tell her that.
Yeah.
You say, you know what? I had a really good time today, and I cannot wait to see you again. And that's what you do, and that's it. Leave it there. And by the way, if you want to have a little extra emphasis, and she's looking at you, and you got. By the way, you got to bring your A game. Bring some perception. You got to understand. You got to take her cues. You don't want to, because if you say that, it could be from her perspective, like, I had a great time. Like you gotta read her. It's,
Right.
So you gotta be cool, man. You gotta be like low key and be like, listen, I had a great time tonight. And if you really want to do it, here's what you do. You take your thumb, right? Outside your thumb. And just briefly. By the way, this is A-list. You better know what the fuck you're doing, because if you do it wrong, you're fucked. When you're saying this and you say, I had a really good time today, and I just a little brief, just run your. I had a great time tonight. That's it. Just a little tiny touch, a little bit, not like poker. You've got to be good, man. Bring your
Be gentle.
finesse game. Your finesse game. She might not even know you even did it. If you're great, she will think, she's like, did he touch my cheek? She must not even know if you did it. That's A-list shit. That's it, man. You say, I had a really great time, and I can't wait to see you again. And then you fucking leave, and then what you do is you wait until the next day, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30. You call her. You don't wait another day, but you don't call her when you first get up. Don't do that shit.
No, that's
let time go by. Let time go by, and then, by the way, lead with something good. Lead with something good. Be like, you call her at 5 or 6, and you're like, say something not stupid. Say something good. Say, yesterday was great. I just want to call you. I told you last night I couldn't wait to see you again. I meant that. And be funny and cool and awesome. I don't know how that is. It's your own comedy stylings. That I'm just saying, because Kinky Sphincter asks. I don't know if that works now. Maybe you have to like swipe left or right or some shit. No. I'm about being right on the goddamn front doorstep. You're right here with the person you're with.
Yes.
And you must convince her through what's in your eyes and your heart and your voice. If you can't do that, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Yes.
But if you do it, am I wrong?
I think you're right. I think eye contact is important. I think telling the person how you feel is important. And then that maybe on the next date or the date after that, you could attempt to kiss them,
By the way, 200 Watt Studio, and we got to give it up to him because he's right there. He says he had his first kiss in middle school. Wonder whatever happened to that lunch later. But he goes on to say,
you broke her heart.
Yeah, he says, go and kiss the neck just under the earlobe while caressing the opposite ear. Massage the cheekbones with the thumb of the hand caressing the face. 200 Watt Studio, too much, bro. Too much. While
That's advanced lessons, the advanced kissing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That's second date shit. Just saying, second date. Don't do that the first time. You cannot do not kiss your date on the. You know why? Because here's the thing: you're going to be. Dudes are overeager. They're a little crazy. Don't do it. Don't do it. And the thing is, what you need to do is employ samurai discipline. You look her straight in the eye. You do not break contact. Don't look down her shirt. I don't care how good her boobs are. Don't be looking at her going, don't do that shit. Look her straight in the eye. Don't even think about it. And just say, I had a great time. I can't wait to see you again, man.
I'd love to continue more of this. And we can continue on in degrees every time we have our Midnight Metal. A lesson in love.
I love it. Why don't we do a show? You know?
I would love to do that too.
I mean, I'm telling you, but here's the thing. In our modern age, when you're watching whatever porn channel you love or whatever OnlyFans girl you're spending thousands of dollars on, I don't care. They don't know shit. They will never, ever teach you.
Whatever action figure, you left out the action figure analogy.
Oh my God, they won't teach you how to kiss. It's all like, boom, chicka, boom, boom, like suck my big 12-inch cock. No, no, no. You know what you need to do is master the art of standing on a stoop.
Yes.
The girl you've just taken out. Maybe there's a little light. Maybe you hear the chatter of insects in the background. I want you to look at the girl you just dated, took her to dinner. I want you to never break eye contact for 60 seconds.
But that's why I like the piano, the movie so much, because in the film, it starts off gradually. He has something she wants. She has something that he wants.
But he just kind of rape her, though.
No, because it's consensual.
It is, but it's,
No, she knows what she's doing. She likes him.
Well, yes, no, they do know what they're doing. You're absolutely right.
And at one part he has the piano keys. He wants to see her hand. It's very, very gradual. He doesn't push it. He doesn't force himself on her.
Right.
And then that's my favorite scene is when she consents to going into bed with him because she knows what's going to happen if she goes into bed with him. It's kind of like you're getting into a bed naked with a man and something is going to happen. We can't fool ourselves into thinking something won't happen. No. So she knows it's going to happen and she's looking forward to it, actually.
Yeah, because by the way, it's Tom, I feel I've left you out. Are you still here, buddy?
I think he might be.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. So I could be full of shit. I just wanted you to weigh in. I figured I know I could let you go. You can go to bed if you want. What do you think? You're a married man, right? You got kids?
I'm just kind of piddling in the background. It's no big deal.
But so what do you think? Am I full of shit or am I wrong? I mean,
no, I think you're dead. I mean, of course, again, like going back to the initial thing, like, individual mileage may vary.
That's right,
no,
by God. I didn't want to leave you out. I'm like, I mean, some guys, people, I'm sure I'm going to get criticized. People are going to fuck that guy.
No, don't say that.
No, it's true. Look, we live in a world where your finesse game is left at home. Everybody believes you just walk in the door and suddenly your stepmother's blowing you. That's what modern pornography would tell you. I'm like, that's a little, like, to me, that's fine. We'll get there. But no one, I want to see the porn channel, the First Kiss porn channel, where somebody's actually shooting a couple's first kiss, and you actually have people talking about, well, here's my philosophy about what I thought about the first kiss, and the first kiss becomes the big thing. That becomes the money shot. That first kiss when two lips come together. But no. We're rather going to get some dick in an ass, which, by the way, isn't bad, but that's not the first thing you want to see. Bring in a finesse game. Like, look, as much as I've talked about this show, love anal, but hey, I want to get a good kiss first, right? Can you?
Well, that might be part of the problem with kids nowadays too. It's the whole thing going back to what we said before: is there's not enough sex. they're not having enough of it. That's why all they do is talk about it. And
Dude,
they
if I watched
identify
modern
as-
porn, I wouldn't get anywhere near sex. I'd be
No,
like,
no,
"Shit,
it's
man."
horrible. It's horrible.
I'd be non-binary and talk about how one day I identify with a cat. Like, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well,
Shit,
maybe
man,
that
I
is
don't
a
want anywhere.
conversation that dads or moms used to have with their sons, or something that is missing now. Is like, son, it's just as important as that first kiss as anything else, in a relationship. And no, I mean, you guys are dead on as far as I'm concerned. Again, it all depends on the individual, right? But for the most part, the way you explained it to me sounds like the type of conversation that a father needs to have with his son, or like I said, somebody else needs to have with a young man to kind of get, because it took me a while to figure that shit out, right? Like most guys, it generally does, unless you have somebody who is a real good mentor, at least in that arena, to give you an idea of what to do. It is a lot of trial and error, and guys don't necessarily know how important certain things like that, especially, when it comes to being romantic. You brought up the scene earlier from Suicide Squad, and that's the thing is, James Gunn uses cinema to its full advantage in that scene to show you, yeah, we see it on its surface level as they're throwing each other around, they're knocking things over, and it's funny. But no, that's them toppling the world and history together.
Yeah.
And then they set the place on fucking fire. Like, it's all a
By the way,
metaphor.
Harley Quinn did not come. She didn't come. She
No,
faked
she
it in that scene. She faked it in that scene.
You think so?
No,
You think so?
no.
She came when she shot him.
She doesn't.
Oh.
We're both.
Because she disappointed him. I mean, he
No,
disappointed
but I think
her.
that's the thing is, in your head, you have to basically create that for your partner and hope that your partner wants to do the same for you. And that's how sparks fly and babies are made. That's where it all starts, kids. But, you're right. The most important part of it all is that first kiss. And it can, land like a dud. It's all timing. It's all how you do it. And if you force it the wrong way, one way or the other, or it could even be too late sometimes too. You miss your moment.
Yep.
It's one of those things.
But that's what we should be.
Timing is everything.
That's what we should be teaching. And I think the world now,
I agree,
with
yes.
modern day pornography, you can watch any fetish you want and go and see all this shit. How fucking intimidating is that? I mean,
It's
my
instant
God.
access and instant gratification. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, you'd make out with a girl for 3 hours, and if you finally, at the end of the 3 hours, finally got your hand on her boob, it was amazing.
Right.
Like, oh my God, and time bent. It was like, we made out for 3 hours, it seemed like 10 seconds, and girls are sitting there going, you could have touched my boob like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You're sitting there like, I can only imagine, like, as you're going slowly at my skirt, pretending you're not. And I mean, my nipples erect. I'm aroused. I really want you to like circle my areola with your finger, like I'm waiting for something. It took you 90 minutes.
Or two, she just wants you to grab it and slam her up against the wall. At that
I mean,
point.
either way, and these are things people need to know. We never learn this shit. Dudes never learn this shit. And by the way,
that
I
was my
mean,
initial point. Yes.
Men didn't learn this. I mean,
And most of our
didn't
fucking, our teachers are the wrong fucking people.
well, I mean, look, man, we're taught the mechanics of sexuality.
Yes, but I mean, usually
I
our first
really
exposure is
would
like
rather-
an older brother or cousin or something who knows nothing about it, right? Let's be real.
Oh.
I don't know shit. What I want to know is how to make my tongue into a perfect like point at 45 degrees and get in there at 128 beats per minute, drop down to 68 beats, come up depending on I don't want to like do the alphabet. I want it more techno. The breakdown. Here we go up, and then come on, man. If you know what you're doing, a good cunning linguist is a fucking DJ, and you need to know what is up.
Well, it is.
And
like
by
a
the way,
song. You
every
almost have
girl
to
is
conduct it that
different.
way, yeah.
Every girl feels the vibe different. You gotta know. You gotta understand. No one teaches you that. I'd read so many goddamn books to understand. Like, where's the clit? I mean, I'm looking. I still can't see. Like, I didn't understand. Oh, you gotta go a little down and up. No one teaches you that shit.
Nope.
But when you find it out, it's like finding the goddamn Ark of the Covenant. Am I wrong? Come on.
No, you're right.
Am I wrong?
I think it's wonderful when you find it out for both of us.
Yeah, I know. But nobody tells us this. I mean, you have to understand, men think of it as a two-dimensional plane. We're like, and then we're going, you're digging in the wrong place. It's all Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, and take back one Kadam for the Hebrew God whose Ark this is. That's what cunning linguists do. They're like, oh, look, the headpiece to the staff of Ra, you got to get underneath. Oh, okay. No one teaches us that shit.
Well, we definitely.
And we try. And girls are like, they're sitting there going, I understand. They're like, I mean, I don't want to tell you because I don't want to upset you, but like,
right.
You could be doing so much better.
Well, not only that, that's part of it is they shouldn't have to, but you need to be able to figure it out to a point. You know,
but
again,
someone's got to teach you.
It would be nice.
Men should just know the same way they should just know, like, a first kiss does not... Oh, here's something else. This is a truism in life, by the way. A first kiss never involves tongue. Nope. Don't do it. I know you want to. And by the way, don't think because the kiss doesn't end that you can keep your finesse game going. It's the fucking Olympics, man. Don't do it. Just saying.
If we had a younger audience, you may be saving some lives. I'm just saying.
Yes.
No, I don't know. I'm just. No. By the way, people think I'm full of shit, but whatever.
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, of course, again, like that's why I'm saying your mileage may vary. Again, the timing, the person, all kinds of things factor in. Whether it should be, you know, a sweet soft kiss, or you know, a caress her face kind of kiss, or grab her by the back of the head kind of kiss. There's all kinds of different ways. It depends on the moment, the mood.
That's all. Yes, but that's always a second kiss because you know what?
Yeah.
It's always. Here's the thing. Here's the first kiss is the butterfly.
Yes.
Barely.
You're not wrong.
Barely let your lips touch hers. That's it.
And be gentle.
Yeah, the gentlest. I mean, you shouldn't even push your lips against hers. It's barely touching. And this is the best part. If you're barely touching, that's when the thumb just a little bit. Go Supertramp that shit. Just a little bit. I'm just telling you right now. And then if you pull away and you look into each, all bets are off. Can't tell you what to do next. That's all about you. Just make that first kiss the butterfly. Just
no, you're right.
She'll reciprocate.
That's kind of where, like, yeah, I'm sure you've seen the movie Hitch with Will Smith, where he says,
"Fuck, dude, I fucking love that movie. I own that movie on Blu-ray. Yes. I love Hitch. I love it. This is where you live.
Young men should watch a lot of that movie. I agree.
Yes.
It's so good. Hitch is so good. So good. Yeah, it's so good. By the way, 200 Watt Studio is still coming at us. And he says, years ago, when a girlfriend and I were in a car, we were just friends, I pulled into her driveway and I turned off the car. We looked at each other and started making out. Mutual. Never happened again.
Oh.
200 Watt Studio, I think you're focusing on the wrong things. I understand what you're saying, but I want... By the way, I'm gonna ask you, 200 Watt Studio, tell us the story. Tell us the story of the most insane erotic experience you ever had. Tell us. We want to know. Don't tell us about a girl you made out with and it never happened again. Tell us about the girl that turned you on something fierce and it led to some amazing times. Tell us that. Because that's what's fucking metal, dude. Come on, dude. Come on. Tell us something metal. By the way, I say that to anyone. Tell me. As a matter of fact...
Silver Pill Gary says that what recent Hollywood teaches men and what women really want are two different things, and that's why men are so confused these days and scared to do anything because they are scared to be me-pooed.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong. And what about girls who like start an OnlyFans account? Like, how do you? It's a weird thing. That didn't happen in my life. It was a weird thing. Like, I think we're a very fucked up civilization, and it's a bizarre. Like, when did feminism become synonymous with exploitation? I don't know.
We took a big U-turn somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
it was like we were on the right path. It seemed like we weren't being so uptight, and then all of a sudden we took some left turn at Albuquerque and something went wrong. I don't know what it was, but you're right. It is actually there's been studies that prove that fact that men are afraid to ask women out. Men are afraid to work in situations where a woman is involved or alone with a woman for these reasons. Dating has gone down before the COVID. It went down.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing with just about everything else across the board that's related to it. So again, I think you're onto something from the very start, Robert. What the biggest problem is, and that kids aren't having enough sex. Period. If maybe they were, they wouldn't be talking about it so much. They'd be talking about what they've done and not what they want to do.
Well, also, I mean, when I watch like my favorite new Twitter feed is libs of TikTok, and to listen to the all this weird gendered gymnastics and all this stuff, I'm like listening to all this. It's all made up stuff. I'm like, what about fucking? Can we do some fucking or whatever, or someone going down on you? I don't care if you want a guy or a girl to go down on you, or a let's not define gender or whatever, but whatever happened to good, clean, sexual fun? Where'd that go? And I don't know. It's such a, because when I was a kid, the end all be all was, getting naked with a girl. And that was the most amazing thing in the world. And what was interesting is she wanted to get naked with you as much as you wanted to get naked with her. And yes, as a white cis male, I mean, I'm sure girls want to get naked with girls, guys want to get naked with guys, all that. I experienced all of that myself as well. I mean, I was hit on by men as well. And let's say I don't have a problem with that. It was all good. And the real question is, people wanting to hook up with people. Where's that gone? It's not a political statement. Hooking up with people and touching one another, kissing one another, fucking one another, sucking one another, whatever. It's all good. Why is that bad? Well, now, I mean, my God, it'd be like going to the Olympics and being so scared to perform. That's the way the world is now. I wouldn't perform. If I was a kid now, if I was 13 or 14 years old, Jesus Christ, I'd be so scared to kiss a girl. Terrifying.
But we're also having situations where people are getting judged on stuff that when we were growing up, you weren't judged on, like, your Facebook profile or,
Oh my God.
all sorts of nonsense that doesn't really mean anything. Like, you can't tell what a person is like from something like that. You have to meet them in person, as far as I'm concerned. There are a lot of people who have successful relationships online, but I still think you need to go ahead and meet the person and look into their eyes, kind of, that sort of relationship.
Well, what I learned in my younger days was that every single person, this is the great part, every single person you meet has a sexuality, and they are willing to express it. When you're younger, women especially, because I was a straight guy, are desperate to be touched or kissed or in a respectful. You have to bring your finesse game, boys. You have to be good. Don't be bad. Don't barrel in where angels fear to tread. You need to be LeBron fucking James. Just saying. You need to bring your finesse game. But the women and the boys, if you do the right thing, it all works out. You know, don't be so quick. It's not the destination, it's the journey. That's something else. When you're going to kiss a girl, remember that. It's not the destination, it's the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And a kiss is like you're at the you're leaving the prancing pony. You know, you just met Aragorn, and it's the journey is just beginning. So make sure that kiss is a good one.
Well, it sounds good to me.
I know, right? We can sit there and pontificate like this at 3 a.m. It's all fine. Wow, it's really. Is it really 3:41
Yes,
a.m.?
yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Last time I looked at the clock, it was okay. We're gonna end this stream.
Yes, Robert. Yes.
I'm gonna end this stream. Hang on. 200-watt studios. Oh wait, we're done. We're done. I want to thank everyone for being here. We're gonna make this stream end. How did it go from 2 a.m. to 3:41?
You know what? Let's just go with it.
About sex.
It's the same thing when you make out with a girl for the first time. I want to thank Tom from Midnight's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
Go
Thank you
Midnight's
for
Edge
telling
After
me.
Dark, Midnight's Edge. I love that channel. Before I even knew them, I watched that channel. I want to thank for being a part of this channel, and she's going to have her own show, the PGS All Stars, when we figure out all of that. And
Yes.
you know her, you love her. She's great. She's also streaming on other channels like Latino
Thank you.
Slant and on Midnight's Edge. So find her all over the interwebs. I want to thank our amazing moderators. I want to thank Bunyan Snipe. I want to thank the Richard. I don't know who else is here, but I want to thank. I think we have the Darren J. Seeley is here. So
Right.
thank you, Darren J. I think that's the three of you.
Yes.
By the way, 200-watt studio comes in and says, "This is great." Years ago, when a girlfriend and I were in a car, we were just friends. I pulled into her driveway and I turned off the car. We looked at each other and started making out. Oh, wait, I thought that was new. No, I already read that.
But
Hang
is
on.
it a metaphor?
No, I'm saying again, I'm wrong. He sent another one in. Sorry,
Aw,
but
thank
I
you.
like reading it. This is even better. So again, 200-watt studio says, I met a waitress, flirted. We were into each other. She was working. We made plans. I picked her up at her house. Teenage kids gave me a beer as she got ready. We went for Chinese. We saw a movie. Ended up car sex in a park. Grand slam. Well, 200-watt studio, I would say that's a great story. But was it a grand slam though? Come on. What happened next?
Sounds like a
wanna know.
country song.
I know, right? I met a
I met a
waitress. We flirted. We were into each other. She was working. I don't know. But we made plans.
I knew her brother.
Picked her up at her house. Teenage kids gave me a beer as she got ready. Went for Chinese, saw a movie, ended up car sex in the park.
Was a great
slam.
Thank you.
All right. By the way, that's fucking awesome. Like, 200-watt studio. By the way, he gets all the publishing for that. We don't own that.
That's right.
That
Okay.
200-watt studio gets the publishing.
You gotta restructure the song though. Here's how it goes. First base, I met a waitress. Second base, went to her house. Third base, we went to Chinese. Fourth base, we made out in the car, and I got a grand slam. That's how you work it out. I'm a songwriter. Sorry about that. I had to do that. Producer
And that's
at heart.
the Grand Slam, not the kind of
Thank you,
got
man.
at Danny's. You know,
That's
come
right.
on.
You got the girls in the background singing that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great. Or
I
maybe
told
it
you.
was.
The kind of Danny.
It's all metaphor.
She buttered my pancakes. It was a full stack. just so you know. Yeah. So
We did it on the trunk and in the back.
wow.
It writes itself. See,
It
really
does,
does.
man. And by the way, I want a special thanks and an able assist to 200 Watt Studio tonight for offering us. Thank you for supporting the channel, but your commentary has been wonderful, and thank you for sharing yourself and giving us this kind of fun fodder to talk about. I hope you take it in the spirit it's intended. I know you do. I want to thank you for being you, and thank you for opening it up, because, you know, you didn't have to. So that's pretty cool, dude. So thank you. And on that
little
note...
biscuits and gravy, he says.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah, little biscuits and gravy.
Hootan.
Her hair was really wavy.
That's right.
Wow. On that note, kids...
Some pancakes and ham. I had me a grand slam.
Oh, man. It's endless.
I'm sorry. I had to keep going. It writes itself. I can't.
Look at is moderating this chat now, too. Anyway, thank you for that. We have the best people on this channel. I want to thank you. I want to thank all of the Post-Geek Singularity. By the way, for you members, if you become a member of this channel for $1 a month even, tomorrow at noon, or actually today at noon, which, wait, it's 4, so that's what, 6 hours? It's 6 hours and 13 minutes. So we're going to have another Zoom call, which lasts a long time usually. For new members, so join the chat. I love to see your faces. We'll talk about everything, and that's what we'll do. 200 Watt Studio says, "I'm sorry, very sorry." Don't you dare fucking apologize! Don't you ever apologize? Never.
Friend in need.
You just made country metal, sir. How can
Dude,
you
come on, man. We're singing your country music song right here. We're making it up. Don't you dare apologize. You're a prince
You're
of
an
lesser
inspiration. You're a
mortals.
muse.
Thank you for supporting the channel.
That is
And
right,
yes.
my friend.
A pillar in the chat, sir.
That's right. And by the way, you should come on next time.
If you are, sir, I should. Well, I'm assuming now.
Oh, we'll
No,
be good now.
no. He's a old school.
I was gonna say it sounds like he was a sir. So
Oh, he's the man. He's 200 Watt Studio is the man. By the way, I want to bring 200 Watt lovin' to the channel. Let's see you. Come on in. We'll bring you on next time live. No more super chatting. Just come on live, and we'll talk to you.
Yeah, maybe next week if he's available.
Yeah, dude, that'd be so fucking metal. Come on, dude. Why super chat when you can come on live? Yes. And on that note, kids, Tom from Midnight's Edge. First of all, where can people find you? You've been streaming all over the web. What's going on?
Well, I've only been on Midnight's Edge like a week or so ago, and I also streamed with Latino Slant last Wednesday to go over the top Latino films so far of 2021, and it was a fantastic stream, Robert.
Look, man, Paulie is the fucking man. I love Paulie. I could listen to his voice. He's like the dulcet tones of Paulie's voice. That guy, I don't know. He's one great YouTuber. He has a
did
huge
he tell
YouTube.
you the news?
Yes.
Okay, I figured he did.
Yes,
All
he
right.
did,
And
which is amazing.
I also stream with Paulie on Friday nights as well.
Oh, really, you traitor? No, I'm just kidding. That's fine.
Can't help it. Paulie's sexy. He makes me
He
question
is.
my sexuality.
Paulie is sexy. He's a very handsome man. He's got
Well,
that.
there are people on the stream.
He's got that Latino lover blood in his veins. Come on. And by the way, not to take away, his lady is also very sexy. So the two of them are like a very sexy couple.
Power couple.
Absolutely.
Totally, which is all good. And by the way, you know what? Paulie keeps it classy too. He does not allow
Absolutely.
things to wallow in the muck, and I like that about him.
No, I'm so happy that he's gotten what he's gotten put together so far and what he's got coming up.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
excited for, and I know you're going to be a part of most likely. So, yeah, I look forward to our discussion with Mr. Edward James Olmos.
My God.
Coming up at the beginning of next month, which I believe that's already set in stone. I don't remember the exacts. But there's another one coming up as well at the end of this month.
Yeah.
So hide your wives and hide your daughters. Danny Trejo is
My
coming to
God.
Midnight's Edge. The machismo is too much.
Machete. So good.
It's gonna be really
It's
good.
gonna be
So
off
good.
the hook, and
But-
he's got some other stuff working on that I can't believe. So
No, and you know, the Latino Slant channel is such a great channel. The way he is a champion of musicians, it's really great, and what he's doing, and it's amazing. And and he's doing Midnight's Edge. What is it? What's it
Midnight's
officially?
Edge Espanol,
Oh,
Yep,
okay,
just-
Midnight's Edge Espanol. I mean,
which they just got. We just got that monetized. So congratulations
did.
to the guys
Yeah.
over there who have been busting ass, keeping that going, and
Mhm.
you know we've been doing great with the videos lately, kicking ass. So we
Mhm.
do a mixture of both. So if you're somebody who is speaking Spanish, wanting to learn Spanish, all those kind
That's
of things.
true.
We do. There's there's live programs that Paulie does with the guys and stuff.
Yeah.
And the gals who come on too. Not to make it sound like it's all just a guy fest, but
No,
anyhow,
it's not. You guys have a variety of guests, and I'm a moderator for the channel. So, yes, it's a fantastic show.
no,
Yeah, but
it
when I
really
say
is. And
guys, yeah. Sorry, I just was gonna say. I mean both men and women.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mhm.
yeah, but I mean, look, I think Paulie is he's a very compassionate guy. He's a sensitive guy, and he knows his shit, and he loves what he loves. And I think that, you know, here's the best thing about YouTube. And people ask me, like, Rob, what should I do if I'm going to start my own YouTube channel? You should be yourself. What you're selling is you and your opinions and who you are. And that's what people are and I'm not saying this about me necessarily, because people hate my guts and they love me, so you get both. You'll always get both.
I know
But the
that.
thing about Paulie is he's an original. He is authentic. And that's what makes him a great YouTuber.
Absolutely. And then the other side of it is we take some of our select videos from the main channel and we dub them in Spanish and put them over there. And again, both things have been doing so well. And Paulie even does some original material as well, aside from the live and the Spanish versions of the video. So yeah, I can't thank them guys enough for all the work they've done over there, and you know, like the help that you guys have done to all the mods and everybody involved, you know, and especially here too. Thanks for having me. It's always an honor to get to talk to you guys, and you know,
Well,
Robert,
also,
I love just hanging out with you. So.
I know, I agree, but Tom, you know what's really cool? Midnight's Edge was very forward thinking as a channel to do this. You know, and I'm very impressed. Like, you know, before I even knew you, or Andre, I watched your channel. I was a fan, and the fact that, you know, you've given Paulie Latino Slant and you've made a Spanish adjunct part of Midnight's Edge, that's
Right.
really forward thinking. I mean, that, you know, people talk about, well, we have to talk about inclusion, all that. Well, you guys are doing it.
Well,
you
it's
know,
real
of a
progressivism.
multilingual channel.
I can't talk. It's true progressivism, because we looked at it like this. I'm looking at it, and Andre and I kind of both had this similar ideas at the same time. And because we noticed that the second largest audience in the U.S. for entertainment is the Latino community, and they are so sadly underserved.
Yes.
And, you know, as Taylor Hackford pointed out in our interview with him and the gang from Blood In, Blood Out,
Yep.
I mean, you could make some arguments, but he said, and I do believe to a point he's still right, unless you count like Dora the Explorer, that La Bamba is still the highest grossing Latino film.
Yep.
And that is a fucking travesty, because that movie came out 30 years ago.
Right.
What is going on here when you have the second largest entertainment consumer community, whatever you want to, you know, they watch the most content, television, movies, all this stuff.
Mhm.
How is it they're being underserved? It makes no sense whatsoever. So Andre and I kind of came to that conclusion, is like, there's a lot of people here who like this stuff, who have a voice, who have a right to speak their voice. And oh my God, you should see with He-Man that the community has come out, like, and that's the thing, is I'm surprised, but I'm not, because like I pointed out to Andre, like, yeah, He-Man's big in the Spanish speaking community. Even in the version of the theme song from back in the day, was a top 40 hit down there in Mexico and shit, and it actually had lyrics and shit to it that we don't have here. Like, it was even probably bigger down there in some ways. So, like, yeah, they embraced that, and to what happened with that show, they got pissed. They come out of the woodwork, and they loved it, and they love, not just that, but the fact that Paulie highlights a lot of the stuff that isn't given any notice whatsoever, and actors who aren't given any notice whatsoever.
Right. On English speaking stations.
Exactly, on English speaking stations, and not just that. Like, look at the big news that nobody's really talking about is, like, Sholo from Cobra Kai is playing Blue Beetle, for fuck's sake. And we're getting, it's
well, how about Namor?
Yeah, Namor and all this other stuff that's like nobody's talking about really, and that's what Paulie and those guys do, and I love it. And so they take the Latino slant and they bring it to Midnight's Edge, but then we bring in the Midnight's Edge, so it's like a Reese's peanut butter cup of mixture in a way, and I love the outcome of what we got so far.
And I just have to say, whether it's Mexico, Central America, or South America, if you're a dude and you want to bring your A game, you need to bring it to a woman from south of the border, because, my God, I can't say enough, just so you know. There's a reason why Paulie is who he is. And I wish all of us, my God, I wish I grew up in Colombia. Just saying.
So, Robert, what time is your Zoom calls tomorrow?
Oh, at noon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd actually send. So, by the way, while we were talking on this show, I was actually sending a new copy of Tango Shalom to the UK to Juicy, Jewsy, a Jewish channel that is having a film festival. So it never ends. I never go to bed. There's always
You still haven't sent me a link to that yet, by the way.
To Juicy? Would you like to see?
To the movie. You were going to send me it.
Here's the thing. I couldn't because I had to wait till it was approved by the MPAA.
Gotcha.
now,
Gotcha.
I will send it out. No. There's been so many changes, and it is so unbelievably crazy. But in the next couple of days, probably Monday or Tuesday, I will have a link. Wait, I can't tell anybody. Tom, don't tell anyone that there's
Wait till after the show, then.
A secret internet link I can send to people. I can't admit
it's between us and the other 200 people on the stream, so you're fine.
No. No one's gonna know. Who's gonna know? They don't watch. What?
I can't wait to check it out, actually.
200 Watt Studio says, let's just keep going until physical media. That's on Sunday, bruh.
I'm all for that.
It's
because
Saturday.
I'll tell you this, your physical media show, and I know you know this, like, I do not thrust myself often. But when I listen to you guys on the show, I'm screaming along with you and talking along with you, and it's one of the few times I get actually physically animated when I'm listeing to a podcast.
You should come on the show.
I want to, so I've been waiting, but I don't.
Come on, no. I would have to. Like, here's what's funny. To me, Let's Get Physical Media is the Dieter Bastian show,
and I get that, and I totally understand that. That's why I've never.
No, but I'm like second fiddle to him, and I which, by the way, is the way it should be. Like, and he's grasped it. I love. First of all, you know what I call him? Dietz. He's Dietz, and I look behind me. I have a gigantic. Check this out. Only Dieter Bastian could send me this. He sent me a giant box of physical media, like
geez.
I'll give you a little preview. Okay, so the 4K of American Psycho, the 5-disc set.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He sent me.
How did they pull 5 discs out of there?
Oh, here's the best part. Okay, so this is a preview of Let's Get Physical Media.
Yeah,
so
I don't want to get too deep into it because I know you do it on the show.
So here's American Psycho.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
5 discs, right?
How the hell? Well,
here's the best part about this. By the way, wait, hang on. This special edition, is so fucking insane. So you've got the discs, right? And what's great is they come with Patrick Bateman working out.
Oh, Jesus.
The most homoerotic, image. And you'll look, if you look, there's 4 discs here.
Okay.
And you might ask yourself, now in this special edition, it comes with, if you've seen American Psycho, it comes with Patrick Bateman's business card.
Nice.
It comes with, it's so great. This is so great. Some of his sketches in his notebook, it even comes with a blueprint. Hang on, let me get it out.
Oh, yeah.
A blueprint of Patrick Bateman's apartment. Right? And hang on, it comes with a booklet, an American Psycho booklet. Now you might ask yourself, as Tom is, what's the 5th disc?
It's the soundtrack, isn't it?
No.
Huey Lewis in the News.
That's right. It's the Huey Lewis in the News album 4.
I knew it.
How did they do this? I mean, this is you have to know American Psycho. This is the greatest, just because it's so insanely, like this is like if the greatest fan ever. Why doesn't the person who color timed Star Trek the motion picture know and love this movie the way the people in Germany who made this special feature? Why do we have to put up with unbelievable mediocrity? That's not what America used to have to put up with. But we do. Yeah. Like, I look at this and I'm like, the people in Germany that made this, they knew what was up. They knew.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's part of the reason, like I said, I wanted to do that discussion with you and possibly Bill and a few other people was, just to talk about, how things have changed for physical media and how different it is outside of the U.S.
Yeah, because pop culture, I learned this about the Japanese in the 80s when I would only buy Japanese vinyl. Japanese vinyl was by far the best in the world. It was better than So here's what it was. It was okay. Here's Japanese vinyl. Here's UK vinyl, and here's American vinyl. It wasn't even in the same league. It wasn't even in the same frame. Japanese, UK, American vinyl is not there. And what bothered me about that was the Japanese and the UK, music was so important to them, and it was a big deal. For Americans, everything is disposable because they don't assign a value to it. I mean, vinyl, how can we make records as cheap as possible? Americans don't sit there and go, well, what we really want to do is make music sound the best it can sound on vinyl. And they don't care how much it costs. The Japanese are like, well, we're making vinyl and you're going to play it and hear it in your homes. What we want to make the best vinyl possible, so your experience of listening to the movie or the music will be the best. And you'd think that's a no-brainer, but it's not. The UK and Japan pop music was huge. In America, it's like, it doesn't matter if there's skips and pops or surfish. No, we don't give a shit. As long as you can sing along to the lyrics, and that's the same mentality 40 years later.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with there was no incentive for the industry to really go far with it because majority of people were listening on crap to begin with.
That is so also
Yeah, so that's part of the problem. As opposed to the countries you just mentioned, they actually went out of their way to get good equipment, so they wanted decent sounding stuff.
But so as a matter of pride, I mean, the Japanese,
absolutely, I agree.
Their culture, they do stuff well. I mean, they at least they want to, and
no, and I agree with you, and I know kind of where you're going with it as far as the whole aspect of they take a bit more pride in what they're putting out than we do here, and it's definitely showing more so now than ever.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, look, profit's great. you can make 20 times, 50 times, whatever, how much money you're making. But at the end of the day, you can't take it with you. Wouldn't you rather your product be the best possible? That's why people like Mondo or all these record companies that are pressing heavy gauge vinyl now are doing what they do.
Oh, absolutely.
But on that note, kids.
Yeah, that's pretty good metal place to end on vinyl.
Yeah, fuck yeah, good vinyl. I want to thank both for being here and Tom from Midnight's Edge from being here.
Always an
Thank
honor.
you so much. It was great to have you. This was a very metal show. And on that note, I want to thank everyone that supports the channel via super chats and tips. I feel 200 Watt Studio should send me his routing number, and I'll send everything he sent me back.
We definitely should have it next week.
But thank you so much, and come be on the channel, or as Candyman said, be my victim. Because you should. Come on the channel. And on that note, we'll be back with more Midnight Metal tonight with Spanish director Victor Garcia, and of course, Dave Parker. That should be fun. And on that note, remember, everyone, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to all of you, have a better night, have a better day, have a better dusk, and a better dawn. Wherever you are, I don't know. That's up to you. But I hope it's good. Have a good